You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our program, as always, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today as we kick off the final 3 days of the Belmont Park Spring Summer Meet. Acacia Clement alongside Andy Serling. Andy will have plenty of time to talk later about all the great things coming up this weekend, but let's get right into it because we have two-year-olds right off the bat. It's the New York bred two-year-olds sprinting on the turf. Here's a look at the field. 8-5 on New York Panther, who gets on the turf for the first time.
And these are fun races, and they're fun. We'll see these horses again in Saratoga and see how they race. I understand why the one is favored New York Panther, and I think you do too. Todd Pletcher's wanted to get this horse in the turf for Freud. I just wouldn't want to take a short price because there's so many unknowns horse with pedigree. I took a small shot with the 5, Twirling Candy, who worked well at the 2-year-old sale and has some pedigree.
Yeah, Twirling Charlie by Twirling Candy worked 10-1 at that OBS April 2-year-old sale. For more on the runners in the opener, we welcome in the third member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, what are you taking away from these babies on the turf?
Well, I am interested in Andy's choice in here. Twirling Charlie looks ready to boot in the flesh here today, but do want to take a look at some other first-time starters. Number 8, Who Me, not necessarily Lord Nelson. That's not really what he wants to do, is sprint on the turf, his progeny at least. But on the bottom side, the second generational pedigree is huge with turf. The dam Seller Shiraj is the multiple stakes winner on the turf, earning over $500,000. And this dam it's a great name. You go to my head, Who Me? Inimitable Romani, who was a stakes winner on the turf as well. This one, he looks like he might want to go a little bit longer than this, but I like the way he shows up. He's one I want to watch with interest as we'll move on to Makar. He does look like a turf sprinter, and I'm actually familiar with this family. My husband did train the dam Katama. Now, to be fair, I thought she looked as though she needed a start in her debut, but she won at first asking. And initially, I'm kind of thinking the same with him, but physically really well suited to these conditions. Another one that has been very professional throughout. But Acacia, ultimately, I went to number 4, Power Attack, who is so much more professional in his second start and looks totally like a turf horse.
Son of War Dancer, Maggie, thank you. Power Attack, as this race, his first race was taken off the grass, ran on the main track, finishing second, Andy, and they just went 1-2 around.
He's after a couple of turf winners, but they were not much racehorse, but I always respect Maggie's opinion. This horse taking a lot of money, too.
As they go into the gate for the opener, New York bred 2-year-old sprinting on the turf. Here's the voice of New York racing, John Imbrial, with the call.
Still waiting on the 5, Twirling Charlie, and the 10, English Storm. Belmont's first race at 5 furlongs on the widened turf for New York bred 2-year-old maidens. Twirling Charlie has gone in. English Storm steps up. We are set for the Friday opener. And they're off. Number 6, Sea Cruise, just walked out of the starting gate and trails the field. Power Attack is out first. MCRR running in second. Mocker is next in third. New York Panther, the favorite, is down on the inside running in fourth. Who Me on the outside is fifth. And the gray, Captain Party racing in sixth. Twirling Charlie is next in seventh. And farther back it is Jackson Heights, English Storm, and Sea Cruise. Up front, Power Attack leads here by a length and a half. MCRR runs in second after a quarter in 22-2. Who Me on the outside, and Mocker is down at the rail. The field is in the stretch. It is Power Attack. Mocker has moved into second. Then comes MCRR, followed by Who Me, and on the outside is a New York Panther. It is Power Attack, who has a 4-length lead as they come down for the finish. New York Panther takes second, but no threat to Power Attack, a front-running winner. New York Panther was second, and Captain Party came on for third.
New York Panther could not catch the number 4, Power Attack, who was taking them every step of the way. This Son of War Dancer, Andy, we've seen his progeny really take to these New York turf courses, and this one, no exception.
Well, that was a good call by Maggie. This horse race was basically over when the race started. He was able to break cleanly, got to the front, getting chased around the racetrack, but nobody was getting to him. A nice run by the one New York Panther, but no match for Power Attack.
Power Attack and Kendrick Carmouche used the speed to his advantage, got on the surface. That he did prefer 4-1, and I believe the 7, Captain Party, finishing third. But the number 4, Power Attack for Kent Sweezy, wins at second, ran second to More Than Ready Eddie on debut, who looks promising as a 2-year-old for Todd Pletcher. They, again, went 2 around the racetrack, got on the turf today. And as you mentioned, fun races like this to have an opportunity to look at some horses running behind. Watch the race over, look at those 2-year-olds. Think of who you want to follow moving to Saratoga.
Yeah, I want to watch a horse like Captain Party maybe going forward, who closed for third. He was an interesting horse in that he actually has a pretty strong pedigree in the dam side. And McLean's Music a little bit neutral-ish maybe for turf, but that horse did a bit of running, and we're going to see plenty of turf racing for 2-year-olds up in Saratoga.
We are indeed, but Kendrick Carmouche and Power Attack with the win in the opener. As mentioned at the top, we are in our final 3 days of the spring-summer meet here at beautiful Belmont Park. We have plenty of stakes action to bring you over this weekend as we wrap up the meet. The rescheduled Grand Couturier will take place today. Saturday is a monster day with 4 graded stakes races, including the Caesars, Belmont Derby, and Oaks, and we wrap up on Sunday with the Saginaw. Channel Maker will be back in action today as we take a look at that field for the Grand Couturier. We last saw him, Andy, in Grade 1 company last time out in the Manhattan, where he totally missed the break. A horse who at one time was an Eclipse champion and looking to get back to the winner's circle today.
He's obviously had a terrific career, and he's been around for a long, long time, and he showed 2 back in the Elkhorn at today's mile-and-a-half distance that he's still able to compete at a fairly high level. I think he may meet some tougher horses than he beat this day at Keeneland, but there's no disputing he's one of the players. He seems to be a bit better when he can be forward, and he might end up being a speed today. I think that'll depend on how aggressive they are with Highest Honors, the 5, who might naturally have a little more speed, because none of these horses have any real speed, but they may have mile-and-a-half speed.
Going the mile-and-a-half on the turf. I love these kinds of races. I think they're a lot of fun as well. You also have admission office who'll be stretching back out. He came off a huge layoff and ran a big race in the Arlington last time, arguably at a distance that is a bit shorter he prefers.
Well, that's what I was thinking and why I picked him in here. Exactly that, Acacia. He's a horse that's better at the longer distances. He sort of miraculously got up last time over a very good horse.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a good sign for him going forward. Brian Lynch bringing him here to New York. Always good to see Brian here.
Indeed, as we look forward to that Grand Couturier coming up a little bit later on, our final 3 days of the Belmont Park meet. Here's a look at what's on tap on this Friday afternoon. Races 2 through 9 from beautiful Belmont Park. The Grand Couturier will take place in the 4th race. We kick off the late pick 5 in race number 5. As always, today's races are brought to you by our friends at Claiborne Farm. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200. You could get up to your $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. In the opener at beautiful Belmont Park, it was the New York-bred 2-year-olds in the spotlight, and Power Attack. He attacked the grass, that's for sure, as he took to the turf for the first time and took them every step of the way in a professional second time out. 9-2 winner in the opener, Andy.
Yeah, no, as you say, he just dominated these horses in the front end. 57.1. Don't know how fast that is on a very, very firm turf course.
He took to the grass, though, ridden by Kendrick Carmouche, who's standing by with Maggie.
You can never stop him from talking. I love the dynamic. You and Javier Castellano seem to have a little tit for tat.
He right next to me in the corner, and we always picking on each other, when I win a race, he say I talk too much after. When he win a race, he can't stop talking, so... and Trevor, he never stops, so, we all just bullshit each other.
Bleep. We'll take a look at your horse, your Power Attack. Second time out, so much more professional. You said he was so quick out of the gate.
Oh, man, first time Kent ran him, it came off the grass. I thought he ran very exceptionally on the dirt out of War Dancer. And today on the grass, it didn't matter who they had in the gate with him or who they had running against him today. I just thought he was the best horse that he run open last time, and coming back to his friends, he loved the grass today.
Yeah, he was so quick and led them every step of the way. And Kendrick, we're, less than a week away from Saratoga. You missed all of Saratoga last year. How good is it going to feel to get back up at the spa?
Well, it's going to be very nice to get to that winner's circle. Like I say, every time you go to the winner's circle in Saratoga, it's like the first one, so... I'm just glad that I'm going into this meet healthy and got a lot of horsepower behind me this year going into that meet. So that's all I got to do is deliver and ride smart and get to the winner's circle first.
Kendrick, wishing you the best of luck. Good luck at Delaware tomorrow, too. But congrats here at Power Attack.
Thank you very much.
All right, Kendrick Carmouche. Yeah, Acacia missing all of Saratoga last year with that severe ankle injury. We'll see him up there blazing a trail, I'm sure, at the spa, though, this time.
Oh, that's for sure, Maggie. And I know he's looking forward to riding back at Saratoga, but we saw him around there, Andy. Every time I looked over at you guys on the set, there was Kendrick.
He was the proverbial thing that wouldn't leave.
He was coming for your job. Race number 2, allowance optional claiming. Coming up next year at Belmont, we're going 6 furlongs on the inner turf with the fillies and mares. That's a look at the field. Baystorm currently 7-5 on the board as she will make her first start back at Belmont since last fall, coming off of a couple of second-place finishes in Kentucky. We'll also preview the Caesars Belmont Derby coming up this weekend as it's Europe versus the United States. You have invaders like Stone Age and Nation's Pride taking on the likes of the speedy Emmanuel.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
As the field makes their way to the top of the stretch, Analyze It runs alongside of Catholic Boy. And these two come to the final furlong together. Analyze It on the outside in front. Catholic Boy is second. Hunting Horn trying to come and get them. Analyze It, Catholic Boy battling him again today. Analyze It, Catholic Boy, and then Hunting Horn on the outside. Who's it going to be? It's a photo that's going to be a head bobber, maybe Catholic Boy.
Catholic Boy in the 2018 Belmont Derby, one of those rare Grade 1 winners on turf and dirt. Excited to see Catholic Boy's progeny as he's standing at Claiborne Farm, and we'll get a chance to see his babies maybe going through some sales rings soon.
Yeah, he feels like it could be a very interesting sire going forward. Now I know why Greg Wolf took the week off. He couldn't
didn't want
bear
to
to
see
see
this
that
race
replay
again. Yeah.
after that horse beat him, but very jubilant Sal Cumin leading him in.
And Bob
LaPenta
LaPenta as well.
Yep.
As we get ready for it this weekend's Caesars Belmont Derby, going 1.25 miles on the inner turf with the 3-year-olds on the turf. And I have really, really enjoyed kind of looking through each of the international runners that we get a chance to see. Some strong U.S. horses in here as well, Andy. As we take a look at the field, we'll start with Stone Age coming over from Europe for Aidan O'Brien. Won the Derby trial at Leopardstown. 2 back, didn't fare well in the Epsom Derby, looking like he totally washed out that day. And, of course, those familiar silks.
Don't you feel a little bit like looking at the Euros in the Belmont Derby and you say to yourself, is one of the conditions of this race you have to have run lousy in the Epsom Derby?
Yeah.
Because there's
or the
3
Epsom
horses
Oaks
that
as well.
Well,
it's the same thing.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, but there's 3 in here that ran poorly, and obviously coming off a very big effort, he was disappointing, but they're coming over here. He's the horse to beat in this race. The Euros are strong in both races. I think it's fair to say, though, they probably are stronger relative to the Colts than the fillies.
Yes, I would agree.
If somebody said, I think if you said, I know that the U.S.-based horse is going to win at least one race, it's probably more likely to be the Oaks.
And I don't know if we're going to see the likes of a Yabir this year.
I don't disagree with that. And, you know, of course, Yabir was better longer distance. But I think Nation's Pride and Stone Age, both dangerous. I think Royal Patronage is an interesting horse. That was interesting. They're using Joel Rosario, and I like that.
4 Nations Pride, another one who had a disappointing effort in the Epsom Derby last time out. He won the Newmarket Stakes 2 starts back. He's looking for his first group graded stakes victory. But as we've seen with Charlie Appleby and Godolphin, bringing horses over to America, not just here at Belmont, but we've seen it in the Breeders' Cup up at Woodbine as well. They've been tremendous in spotting which horses to bring over.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, the facts are what they are. Now, I think you have to ask yourself a question. They had such a good year next year. Did we miss the wedding?
Yes.
You know, are we going to spend the year, you and I, talking about what a great year Charlie Appleby had in 2021, bringing horses over to America. He stunk the place up this year. I doubt that's the case. I think you doubt that's the case as well. Their runners last year were exceptional.
So much success. Of course, the aforementioned Yabir will be represented by Nation's Pride, who will have Frankie Dettori in the saddle. Of course, who's had a lot of experience riding stateside, too.
I think it's really cool that not only do you have Aidan O'Brien coming over and Charlie Appleby coming over, Joseph O'Brien, other trainers as well. Frankie Dettori's here. Ryan Moore is here. So it's a really fun international flavor. I thought everybody did a good job of putting together strong races in big fields for both of these races.
A lot of fun to follow as well. As we'll take a look at some of the main U.S. contenders. We have the top 3 coming out of the Pennine Ridge, where we saw Emmanuel get on the turf for the first time. He was able to wire the field pretty comfortably that day. Can you see him, with the presence of a horse like Classic Causeway in here, getting away with things so easily on the front end?
No, I'll be stunned if Emmanuel is effective in this race. I don't think he ran well enough in this race to win. He'd have to run better than he ran at Pennine Ridge. And as you pointed out, at the very least, Classic Causeway figures to be forward in that race. You know he's going to be going. I think if you're supposed to take a horse out of this race, myself, I'd take Limited Liability.
I agree.
Because he closed into a no pace and he came from dead last. Now, whether or not he's ultimately good enough, I don't know. But for me, and I think you agree, out of the Pennine Ridge, Limited Liability is the only one that I might want.
As we will see, Tiz the Bomb, who's an intriguing U.S. runner as well. He'll make his first start back on the turf since his second in the Breeders' Cup juvenile turf. The question for him, though, too, Andy, as he comes out of the Kentucky Derby, can he get back to that good 2-year-old form on grass?
Yeah, you kind of wonder. I think I understand why people point these horses to the Derby. It has so much upside running there, so there are reasons to run, even if you finish 15th. He's a turf horse. Maybe they'll run in synthetic at some point, but I think you're going to see him going on the turf before. And Ken McPeak made a more sane choice, not pointing for a race like the Epsom Derby and running him in this race. And I do think of the Americans, he might be the strongest of them. I don't know what you think.
He won the Grade 2 Bourbon on the turf. He's, I think, a talented turf runner as well. I'm really excited to see what he can do getting back on the grass. But again, I do wonder about a step forward from that 2-year-old form, as he's been running on different surfaces since then. Back here today, though, as we can't wait for that Belmont Oaks and Derby coming up this weekend. We'll take a look at a turf sprint, which is our next order of business on this afternoon. It's 6 furlongs on the inner turf for the fillies and mares. Even money currently on the number 7 base Storm, as we get a paddock report from Maggie.
And we'll check in with number 4 in here. That is Always Late, as I have not seen her since she participated in the Grade 3 Gazelle back when she was a 3-year-old trying the dirt. And I didn't like her much that day. So ironically, she has run quite a bit at Naira since then, but I've never seen her. But wow, has she done well as a 4-year-old, this being only her second start back this year. She has filled out tenfold. She's so much stronger throughout her hind end. She's put on so much more conditioning than what she carried. You know, she was just a frame in that early 3-year-old spot when I saw her, and now she is a racehorse, and she's found her home. She's been most successful sprinting on the turf, which is not necessarily what her physicality would suggest, because she's a bit of a bigger, scopier filly, but she's sharp, and she gets herself revved up, as you can see here in the paddock. So she makes an excellent impression, needless to say, on me, as we will take a look at Bay Storm, who does return off a bit of a freshening. The last time, 2 back, I should say, at Keeneland, kind of blocked at the quarter pole, and the winner just got the best trip. And then last time out, she was just kind of second best. Now, she is one I've seen before. She has grown a bit, which I appreciate, you know, from 3 to 4, and she's another one that is filled out. But she's kind of awfully washy here. Not something the rest of them have done, and not something I've necessarily seen from her in the past. So we'll see if that has any bearing whatsoever on how she performs today. But from the fitness perspective, she does look ready to go here. So we also see some horses schooling for this weekend's stakes, and the fairly recognizable New Year's Eve schooling here for Brendan Walsh for that Belmont Oaks. Acacia.
Well, that certainly is an exciting thing as well. New Year's Eve for Brendan Walsh coming in, as she is 3 for 4 in her career, that filly by Kitten's Joy. There, however, is Jonathan Thomas's runner, Bay Storm, for Bridlewood Farm. We'll talk more about her and the rest of the field for the second at Belmont after this.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TBG Del Mar debutant.
And Couturier will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Mayo Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Mayo Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Club champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or check out all of the bonuses available to our members. Horses in the paddock and getting the call for riders up for race 2 at beautiful Belmont Park. There's a look at Bay Storm, Andy, who we do see coming out of a second-place finish at Churchill Downs. Ran second at Keeneland. Prior to that, she faced some decent horses in those efforts, and we'll look to get back to the winner's circle today.
I think the knock on her would be that she's finished 3 straight times, all at short prices, twice as the favorite. But what hasn't happened in any of those races, and happened in her win, where she did run with the racetrack on the good inside, is she was in front. unless she falls coming out of the gate, she has to be in front in this race. She's so much faster than these horses early, so I think putting her on the front end will make her very hard to beat. I picked her on top. I can understand why some like Bye Bye in here, the other horse, but I just thought her speed would be her advantage. I didn't see beyond the two favorites here.
The speed of the number 7 Base Storm makes her dangerous. As you mentioned, Bye Bye, she came off the layoff, finished second last time out, beaten just ahead, waiting for room, and just didn't have quite enough to get to the winner's circle in the stretch. She did show a little speed earlier on when going a touch longer. She seems to be one who comes from a bit more off of it now, though.
Yeah, I think that Bye Bye won't be compromised badly in here. She's supposed to be able to sit second, and she was a little bit blocked in the stretch last time, but she did have time to get by. I bet her last time. A little frustrating. I don't have a problem with Bye Bye. Maybe she needed the race off the layoff. A lot of Christophe Clement horses do, so she may run better. But having said that, I just thought Base Storm on the front end would be a little bit more likely to win. I'm picking a 6-5 shot over a 5-2 shot. I don't think we're sharing any information that people don't know already, and Bye Bye's in blue. She was a bit blocked in here, but Akesh, didn't you feel like she had maybe enough time to get by when she got out?
I do agree.
And I bet her. I was
think
a little
that she
frustrated.
did. Yes, I think that she did. You would have liked to see just a little bit more punch. It was when she got out. She didn't quite accelerate maybe as much as you would have anticipated under Joel Rosario. But again, that was her first race since September, so you would imagine she'd be able to build off of it. Here's the rest of the field, though, starting with Ready to Venture.
I know she wanted 6.5 on synthetic. We'll see what the right distance for her, and we'll see if she's ultimately good enough.
Does wear that hood again. As we take a look at the second choice, here's Bye Bye.
We've already talked about her merits, and she has a lot of merits. She's a lightly raced horse that's run some good races, and she's the biggest threat to the favorite.
Number 4, Always Late. Got some good notes for Maggie as she has progressed.
Her lack of speed, though, is a problem. At least the 3 can put herself in position. And I think there are things to like about Always Late, but when you're looking at 3 horses with similar amounts of talent, the one with the least speed in a relatively paceless race is compromised.
Here is your favorite, even money on Base Storm.
Supposed to just go to the front. Luis Saez shouldn't fool around. If she loses, she needs to lose the right way, which is going to lead. And if she goes to lead and she gets run down, she was never winning this race.
Here's the other one from the Christophe Clement barn. Here's Mischievous Dream.
He's going to find the competition a little bit tougher than Sassy Melissa, who she beat last time. No knock on her. It's a nice filly. These fillies are better, though.
That's the field for the second race at Belmont Park. Early pick 4 kicks off here. As far as the number 4, Always Late, I thought the same thing that Maggie did last time in the license fee, and that she had really progressed a lot physically. And hearing from Maggie, it seems like she's taken even another step forward, which is a positive. But she is one that is often her own worst enemy, given how far out of it she comes from.
Yeah, and you look at her, and it's just pure handicapping. If you took 3 horses and you said, I know that these horses have exactly the same amount of ability, but one of them can control on the front end, one of them can sit reasonably close, and one of them is going to come from well back. You can't take, you might want to make a case for the second horse. We're talking about Bye Bye, she's 5-2. The 7 is even money. Maybe you feel like 5-2 is a better relative gamble. And I can get that argument. I don't think 9-2 on Always Late, who's so badly pace compromised, would be a good gamble. We'll see. Obviously, some people are going to agree, and we'll find out what happens in a few minutes.
When you're handicapping these turf sprints, particularly here in New York, where we often don't see as much aggression out of the gate as you will in other jurisdictions, just typical of the riding colony. When trying to handicap the pace, what are some things that you typically look for, and how much do you really depend on that in your handicapping?
Well, a lot, except I don't have any confidence that it's going to work out that way, because you see races where somebody feels like they're a clear-cut favorite to be in front, and for whatever reason, they break and the rider doesn't want to go. Maybe the trainer told him not to go. I mean, sometimes your first reaction is to blame the jockey, and that's what a lot of people do, but frequently they're riding to instructions. And I've talked to riders, and I've said, why weren't you in the front? And they said, trainer didn't want me to go to the lead. Okay, well, they're listening to instructions, so you don't know for sure. I just can't imagine a scenario where Jonathan Thomas and Luis Saez don't look at this race and say, we are the cleat. She's not a little faster than Bye Bye. She's a lot faster than Bye Bye. So Bye Bye would have to get a super aggressive ride, and Louis would have to take up on this filly. Why would you possibly do that? Luis Saez is a very good rider, but he's also much better, and I think you would agree, on the front end.
Yes.
And I think he's maybe as good a front end rider as there is.
Yes.
I can't imagine a scenario. Listen, she could always stumble coming out of the gate. She always breaks slowly. I can't imagine a scenario where he and Jonathan Thomas don't feel that they're looking to boss this field from start to finish.
And we'll see how that pace materializes. For more on these horses completing their warm-ups, let's go back to Maggie trackside.
Thanks, Acacia. And we'll start with number 3, Bye Bye, who I didn't particularly like in her last start, but she ran well. And as you guys highlighted, the trouble that she had in the stretch that day, she just, to me, hadn't really gone on. But as I always say, it doesn't really matter if horses, get that much bigger or so on and so forth if they're turf sprinters, and she is. But the thing that she has done from that first start back to second is get stronger. She's so much stronger behind the saddle. She looks great here, just making a much more favorable impression this time around. My problem, and it's a slight problem, and it could be apples to oranges, is you kind of look at the fields that many of these fillies are coming out of, and you could make the case that the field she's coming out of is the weakest, whereas Always Late, she drops out of a stake in the license fee. And then Ready to Venture, she ran on Belmont Stakes Festival weekend, and I thought that was a fairly highly regarded field that day. And we'll take a look at Ready to Venture. This is the shortest she has yet to run in her career, going the 6 furlongs, but I'm A-okay with that. And last time out, she sat a good trip right behind the pace. She does seem like a filly that is very high energy, as you see that hood that she's wearing, and she has worn that throughout her career. And last time out, I noted that she got very aggressive with Kendrick, kind of keeping her mouth open and wanting to run off, and he's kind of stayed with the pony for the most part today. I think the 6 furlongs, at least looking at her physically and the way that she wants to run, suits her. So she's another one that's a much bigger price than some of these other ones in here. I'd give a look at Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. An intriguing prospect down to the inside, Ready to Venture for trainer Mike Stidham. As you mentioned, Andy did win at 6.5 up at Woodbine. Her only New York race in which we saw her was going further at Aqueduct. And Maggie mentioning physically that the 6 furlongs could actually do well for her.
I'm not a fan of this horse. I wish you the best of luck if you bet her. I just don't think she's good enough to beat these horses. I know her figures suggest I'm wrong, and maybe I will be, and maybe Kendrick will sweep this early double, but in my opinion, she's running against much better fillies than she's run against in the past.
She'll go out from the inside as Kendrick Carmouche looks to sweep the early double. 4-5, though, on the 7 Bay Storm, as they likely will try to take this field every step of the way in race 2, sprinting on the inner turf here at beautiful Belmont Park. Friday afternoon card continues. We'll see how this second race plays out as Lucias looks for the win aboard the favorite. Here's John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Waiting now for Always Late, Bay Storm, and Mischievous Dream. This second race goes on the inner turf at 6 furlongs. One more to go in, and that is number 8, Mischievous Dream. Field of 5, and we are set. And they're off. It is Bay Storm who goes out for the lead. A bye-bye. And on the inside, Ready to Venture up the backstretch. Bay Storm is the leader, getting away to lead by 2. Bye-bye is second by a neck. Ready to Venture down on the inside, runs in third. It's a gap of 3 lengths back to the 2 trailers. Always Late and Mischievous Dream. Bay Storm, the odds-on favorite, has the lead here by 1.5 lengths. Then it's the duo of Ready to Venture and Bye-Bye right together, second and third. Opening quarter mile, 23 and 2/5 seconds, and they're racing midway around the far turn. Bay Storm is the leader by a length. Bye-Bye running in second. Mischievous Dream now begins to pick it up on the outside. Ready to Venture is down at the rail, and Always Late is last. They're coming for the head of the stretch. It is still Bay Storm with the lead. Bye-Bye on the outside in second. Ready to Venture down towards the rail. It is Bay Storm maintaining the lead here. Bay Storm by 1.5 lengths. Ready to Venture looking to get off the inside for the final run here. It's Bay Storm still in front. Then Ready to Venture and Bye-Bye. Both of them gaining some ground, but not enough on Bay Storm, who wins it in front-running fashion. Bay Storm the winner. Then Ready to Venture and Bye-Bye.
Bay Storm using that speed to her advantage. Last year's Christicat winner gets back to the winner's circle today, wiring the field.
And if you watch the beginning of the race again, you can see what we were talking about. Luis Saez clearly said to himself, I got one job. I'm going to get this filly on the front end. If she loses, she loses, but she's not going to lose this race on the front end. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to check Trackus out, but I don't think they went 23.55, 46.84, and 108.83 because they didn't come home in 22 flat. They might have come home in 22 flat. That's possible. Could they really have been going this slowly, Acacia?
I don't know.
It just seems like on this turf course with his...
She was shortening up a little.
But we've had no rain. But we've had no rain.
Yeah.
And I mean, we're looking at... I know this is the inner. First race was the outer, to be fair. This is an awfully slow... I mean, the time makes sense if the fractions are accurate. I'll tell you what. If Baystorm got away with 23.55 and they 46.84, was an unimpressive win by her. And how about the 4 who actually made up ground? Could she have really run that well? I want to look at Trackus when it comes out.
Ran fourth, making up some ground, but Baystorm taking them every step of the way. It was 7-1, 3-4 in the second at Belmont Park. Luis Saez gets the win. We saw him aggressive out of the gate, and it paid off for this filly by Cantharos. When we come back, talking about the Belmont Oaks and Derby, well, Chad Brown will look to cap a record meet at Belmont with 3 chances in the Belmont Oaks this weekend, including in consumer spending, who's really improved as a 3-year-old and coming in on back-to-back wins into Saturday.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Acacia Clemona, Auntie Sterling, and Maggie Wolfendale. Glad to have you with us on this Friday afternoon at beautiful Belmont Park. Race 2 in the books. Baystorm aggressively handled early on by jockey Luis Saez, who took them every step of the way as he's standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Pleased to be here with Louis aboard Baystorm today. And Louis, we saw, if the times are right, a fairly soft opening quarter for her. And after 3 consecutive second-place efforts, it was nice to get her on the front end. How did she feel underneath you when she got comfortable out there?
Yeah, well, that's what the plan today, try to take the lead. Last time we tried to do the same thing, but they had some others very fast in Churchill. But today, you know, she's broke from there pretty well. We get in front of the other speed. We control the pace. We know we went pretty easy. So when we get to the top of the stretch, she was by her home. So in the end, man, when I saw everybody was coming, and she just kept going.
much of a difference does it make when horses can conserve that energy by going a little slower earlier, but be able to finish late?
Oh yeah, you know, it's pretty nice because it's very comfortable because when you came to the top of the string and you're supposed to fight with the others, you're gonna have a lot of horse and that point. So it's pretty good to control the pace and go a little slow in the beginning for, compete with the other ones in the end.
Well, speaking of having the best foot late, we saw New Year's Eve and you take down the Edgewood a couple months ago at Churchill Downs, but you'll be aboard her as Brendan Walsh trainee in the Belmont Oaks. What are you looking for from her, especially getting out to a longer distance?
Oh yeah, well, she New Year's Eve always trying pretty hard. Last time was a beautiful race, and well, we're looking here to try to be in the same kind of position we did last time and make a run. So we got plenty room here in Belmont, long stretch. So I think it's gonna be good for him.
She looked great in the paddock schooling. Louis, wishing you the best of luck this weekend, but congrats here at Baystorm.
Thank you so much, Maggie. Thanks.
And always good to get Baystorm back in the winner's circle, as well as chat to Luis Saez. Guys?
Luis Saez doing a terrific job, and we often see him, as you mentioned, Andy, aggressive on those speed horses, take nothing away from them and getting the job done. Baystorm wiring the field to return 370, but he talked about his Belmont Oaks mount with Maggie New Year's Eve, as that's a perfect segue into our preview of the Belmont Oaks New Year's Eve, who did win that Edgewood last time. She's done very little wrong in her career so far.
Was Louis on the production call this morning?
He might have been. You know, he
That's
just
a
really wanted to
sneaky
help
guy,
us
that
out.
Luis
He really
Saez.
wanted to help us out.
He's on the top of his game today.
Well, we appreciate that as we take a look at her Edgewood win over McCulloch, who finished second that day, then came back to run second as well in the Regret New Year's Eve. Like so many, will be stretching out to the further distance of 1.25 miles for the first time.
So here's the question. Did she just love that funny course at Churchill, and maybe besides McCulloch, nobody else did? She was very impressive and moved forward, and I think she is as strong a U.S. contestant as there really is in this race. She'd had the run of the race, and McCulloch, I don't blame, I think it was Flavian was riding her that day.
Yes.
I don't blame him.
Yes, Flavian
but
that day.
While New Year's Day was, or New Year's Day. Eve, New Year's
Eve, sorry.
Day
yes.
was the one who won the Breeders' Cup and never won another race, I don't think. While she was getting the run of the race, McCulloch was a little bit bottled up. So by the time she had a chance to make a rally, she was never going to catch that horse. Now, I'm not saying she ran the better race. I'm saying she would have. I think it'll be closer. I think the 1.25 miles will suit McCulloch, but I don't see any reason that New Year's Eve can't be a major player here as well.
Philly by Kitten's Joy going out for Brendan Walsh, as she is at 3 for 4 in her career, and as Maggie mentioned, was just seeing schooling downstairs in the paddock in preparation for tomorrow. Chad Brown, meanwhile, has a couple of strong chances, including McCulloch, who we just mentioned, but consumer spending is the one that I'm really intrigued by, Andy. She won the Wonder again last time, going the 1 1/8. She is one, I think, that has really taken that big step forward from 2 to 3.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. She really has gone forward. I don't think McCulloch, I think she's taken a step as well. You don't notice as much because she's lost. She's run second twice, but she's run very good races. You know, I was talking about the race a little bit with Chad Brown yesterday, and he was saying that all 3 of my horses are really good. They're sort of different looking at it. He said the question with Haughty is not her ability. The question for all of them, maybe the question with her is 1.25 miles a little bit, but she's very, very talented. As far as consumer spending, he said, what he said to me was, she just keeps surprising you. She just keeps running better every time she runs. And maybe she's just improving a lot. She puts herself in position. Manny, who's had an incredible meet, and you know, you would say a lot of his success has a lot to do with Chad Brown, and I think Manny would probably agree with that. But I think some of Chad Brown's success is due to the fact that Manny has ridden his horses so well. And they've been a very, very strong team, and it's not what you would have expected.
Manny Franco, third in the Belmont Park riding standings, as he's just been in a terrific groove throughout this meet. Chad Brown, meanwhile, looks for his 4th win in the Belmont Oaks, and that'd be quite a list that he would be adding to. New Money Honey Breeders' Cup winner, the tremendous Lady Eli, his first win in this race in 2014.
He's actually won the race 5 times. He won it 2 more times when it was still the Garden City. And I always remember with Lady Eli and Chad Brown, many great memories with that horse. But when she won the Miss Grillo, she was one of 3 horses that Chad Brown had in the race. And I actually went down to the boxes to watch it with him. And I think I probably picked one of the other ones. I'm sure I picked a loser in there. And I was sitting with Chad, and we were talking, and he said, well, they were pretty much going the gate. He said, we'll see if I'm right. And I said, right about what? He said, my other two horses have no chance of being able to handle Lady Eli in here. And Lady Eli was actually the third choice of his three runners.
So
I think
amazing.
she paid 7-2 or 4-1. And she just smothered the field. She was a brilliant racehorse.
The incredible career that she would go on to have and the adversity that she overcame. It'll be fun to see who will potentially add their name to that list of winners in the Belmont Derby Belmont Oaks, on Saturday. Meanwhile, Charlie Appleby and Godolphin represented by a runner in here as well, with the Moonlight, who won the Pretty Polly 2 back at Newmarket. Much like Charlie Appleby's chance with the boys, this filly did not fare well in the Epsom Oaks last time out. She's coming off of a disappointing win. However, this was a big effort to back at Newmarket, going the 1.25 miles.
I thought if she got back to this effort, she could win. Obviously, she can't win her last race. And I picked her in here, and one of the reasons I did was because of the success that Godolphin has had. And I do respect Concert Hall, will probably be the favorite in this race and probably should be the favorite. But I thought this filly looked like she was okay as well, and I think she's very tough in here. But this race, I don't think there's necessarily as huge a potential talent gap between some of the U.S.-based horses and Euros.
I agree. It seems like they're pretty evenly matched, which makes it really fun, too, and really exciting to handicap.
I got to say, and I really do love these races as a fan, and I know you do too as well. I mean, there are a lot of things with the game I think you and I are very much on similar ground with. I really think that this may be the strongest, most interesting two runnings in these races that we've had since we started back in, 2014, I think. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's card. It came up a very, very strong card. We have that contest if you want to play tomorrow, a $3,000 entry into that. But it's a good card through and through, and handicapping it and coming with picks of the races. It took me days to get through and to finally make all of my picks.
It's a bear of a card tomorrow, that's for sure. Of course, the Belmont Oaks and Derby. Also have the Victory Ride in the Suburban. Looking forward to all of that action. 4 graded stakes on Saturday. The Grand Couturier today. See if Channel Maker can get back to the winner's circle. And on closing day of the Belmont meet, we'll wrap things up with the Saginaw. Meanwhile, as mentioned, the Suburban coming up this weekend will be a fun race to look forward to as well, as we'll see Todd Pletcher send out 2, including Dynamic One, who got back to the winner's circle last time out in the Blame. Todd Pletcher swept the stakes last weekend. Can he wrap up Belmont with a bang tomorrow?
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
The momentum continues for War Dancer, following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire. His progeny have posted 23 more wins in 2022, like Busy Morning.
Busy Morning, she is drawing away here.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Dancing Buck.
No threat to Dancing Buck.
Now with $3.5 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
It's Easy Goer in front by a length and a half. Der Roche takes up the chase second on the rail. And it's Tricky Creek next with Montubio coming to the 8th pole. Easy Goer in front now by 2. It's DeRoche in second, followed by Montubio, Tricky Creek, and Rampart Road coming to the wire. Easy Goer in front, then DeRoche, Easy Goer in front.
The 1990 Suburban Easy Goer with the win. Frank Dwyer with the call as Shug McGahee's star and a horse beloved here on the New York scene.
Yeah, you know you're a New Yorker when you love Easy Goer and you cried when he lost the Kentucky Derby. I was here for this. I was saying to you, I was sitting a couple sections over where we are today, and this was unfortunately his last race. I mean, Shug McGahee, and I think it's not dissimilar to the Ghost Zapper. You hear some people talk about incredible talent at Ghost Zapper and one of the amazing job that Bobby Frankel did keeping him on the racetrack. And Chad Brown's told me it's amazing that he got that horse to race at all. I think it was the same with Easy Goer. He always had his big ankles, and you could see it. And incredible training job by one of the great trainers in the history of the game.
It's that young Shug.
It's amazing. He sees pictures of Shug when he's young. Well, it's true of all of us. You're just young. Give yourself 20 years and you'll be looking back at those pictures going, really? Was I never that young? But
I was not born in 1990.
He was, he was such a great horse. I mean, he was running.
Look at that picture.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
That's a great picture, and he was a great horse. So was Sunday Silence, and you know it's they weren't affirmed in Alydar. They only had those 4 meetings, but those are what racing rivalries, not just rivalries, but rivalries between two incredibly talented horses. And I think even if you say their abilities were very similar, which they obviously were, Sunday Silence's speed, his ability to create the races and dictate more of the race were run. It gave him an advantage over Easy Goer. It pains me to say it, but they were great horses regardless.
Shug McGahee, meanwhile, has a big chance in this weekend Suburban, as we just saw that tremendous list of names. Some of the notable winners of this race comes out of the win in the Pimlico Special. First Captain, untreated, finished 3rd in this race. He will go to the post from the inside for Todd Pletcher this weekend as well. But First Captain, who got that big win going further, which is something that I've always wanted to see him do. And he finally put it all together last time in the Pimlico Special.
And it was nice to see him do it. I understand that he hasn't done as well against some better horses, but he ran that good race. He ground down and got the win. It was a very nice win by him last time out. And he's a big player in here. He's going to have to beat Dynamic One, who's outside of him, who's probably the horse to beat. Untreated could have a pace advantage unless they're aggressive with Max Player.
Yeah, what happened to Max Player? That's the question. Meanwhile, Dynamic One, who got the win in the Blame last time out, as we'll look forward to seeing him back in New York for the first time this weekend as a 4-year-old. Maggie, is this the year that we see Dynamic One become one of those big players?
Well, it's an interesting thought here, Acacia. As Dynamic One, he certainly had some stops and starts to his 3-year-old campaign. And it looks as though with his last race back at Churchill Downs in the Blame that he could be back on track. And I found it strange in a way that Todd Pletcher's only looking for his 2nd win in the Suburban. Of course, his only other one was with Keen Ice. And you always think of these long marathon dirt races synonymous with the Pletcher name, but he's looking to add just another one to that tally. And Dynamic One, a horse with a lovely pedigree, lovely Phipps pedigree, nice segue from the Shug McGahee First Captain, but the Grand Dam being Storm Flag Flying, Breeders' Cup winner. And it's interesting, too, because I believe he was the first horse that the Phipps stayed in on after a $725,000 purchase price by Mike Rapoli et al. So they've kind of stuck to their guns. They're keeping him running and seeing if he can finally grab some more graded stakes to his name in this Suburban. We'll see that you guys mentioned Max Player. He didn't get away that nicely in his last start, and I'm wondering if he's a horse that they get aggressive with, as there does not appear to be that much speed other than the Rail Runner in Untreated.
It'll make things interesting, that's for sure, Maggie, as Max Player, actually the defending champ in the Suburban, Andy, didn't get away well in the Brooklyn last time, as Maggie alluded to, but his last 3 races have been disappointing.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I just don't know what to do with him. You know, there's a part of me that I always liked Max Player a lot. Yeah. And I thought about it a long way. My friend David Aragona picked him, and we were talking about it yesterday. I can't. He has just done no running in his races. But somewhere in there, he's the horse to beat.
He's a Grade 1 winner. The Jockey Club
and he
Gold
won this
Cup
race last
summer.
year, and he's better when he's forward. Will they try to get him forward tomorrow? Can he show up? This is a pivotal race for him. Because if he doesn't run well in here, he just really can't run anymore.
That'll be the question. What does Dylan Davis, who is trying to hold on to that riding title coming into today? He's 3 up on Irad Ortiz, Kendrick Carmouche, and Luis Saez winning the first 2. So that's still holding. We'll see what Dylan Davis can do with Max Player this weekend in the Suburban and over the next couple of days as we wrap up the meet at Belmont Park. Race number 3 coming up next. You saw the horses leaving the paddock. Will go 6 furlongs on the main track. It's a $16,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. And we'll meet the field, starting things off with the number 1 Alight. He, like a couple others in here, Andy, coming off of a win in start number 35.
There's an argument, I thought, for a while that you could say, because the first 2 finishers, you had to be coming off a maiden win, a maiden claiming win.
Right.
It's in good form. This race lost its big player in Storm Shooter. I'm not discounting anyone here.
Got the gold, broke his maiden last time after 12 starts.
The problem with Got the Gold, and he is the horse to beat, is that he was very lucky to win last time. The second place finisher was much the best.
Here is Centavo looking for win number 2, first win in a while.
I picked him on top because his recent efforts are good enough to beat anybody in here, and his low-profile connections that don't win a lot of races are going to keep his price probably higher than it should be.
Here's the 6th, Ghost Mon, going back to the dirt.
I've never seen him run well enough to win this race on the dirt. We'll see.
He's 7-2 right now. Here's the 7, Prince of Joy, who cuts back.
Well, he's definitely never run well enough to win this race in the dirt. We'll see if they're aggressive with him.
I know you love a turn back in distance, Andy.
I do. Just not this one.
And Dylan Davis, here's his mount, Breaking Stones.
The problem with Breaking Stones is 1 for 15 record, and the 4 seconds and 3/3 is that he has lost races that he had no excuse to lose too many times. He clearly is one of the top players in this race on paper, but he's lost too many races where you said, well, today Breaking Stones is going to win for me to take him, which is why I end up with Centavo after scratching the favorite. I like Storm Shooter, the favorite. They scratched him.
Want to remind everybody that registration ends today for the Stars and Stripes Challenge. The prize pool is seeded with $5,000, and you can play the contest online with Naira Bets. Go to naira.com/contest to register to play today. Entries close at 5 p.m. Eastern. It is just about 2 p.m., so you have a couple more hours. Set your timer. Don't forget. Go register and take part. Be a lot of fun as we're looking at your current 9-5 favorite in the 3rd race here at Belmont, Breaking Stones. As you mentioned, Andy, he's 1 for 15, 4 seconds, 3/3. He does have the leading rider, Dylan Davis, who, as mentioned, up 3 over Irad Ortiz after winning the nightcap on Sunday.
There's only 27 races left. Do you think that Dylan has like a big map chart with the 29 races today and he's crossing out a race?
I don't know, but I saw both of them in Saratoga yesterday, and Irad said, I'm coming for you.
Oh, yeah. Don't kid yourselves. They want to win, and they want to win for the bragging rights. Let me say something. Manny Franco is not that far off.
Not,
you know,
yeah.
If he won a couple races today and those guys got shut out, it's a long way to go. You have a shot. He's had they've all had terrific meets. And don't forget, Irad was suspended last week. He missed, more time. Dylan's probably ridden, and Manny have ridden here a little bit more. But listen, Irad's always going to be around. I mean, he's too good a rider, too good an agent. He rides too many good horses not to be one of the leading riders. And I have a feeling after losing to Luis Saez last year, and the other thing, he's got to be thinking, I'm getting out of the gate fast at Saratoga because Luis broke on top. And he never looked back.
That's right. As we see Dylan Davis giving Breaking Stones a warm-up. He won a riding title at Aqueduct. And I think no matter what, for him to be doing as well as he is here at Belmont, and I know how meaningful a Belmont riding title would be to him, as mentioned, coming back from that injury over the last couple of years, the improvement we've seen from him. I know it's really, he seems very humbled by the whole thing to be on top where he is right now at Belmont in particular.
Oh, sure. I mean, you ride here, you want to win every meet in any meet. But Dylan, he understands winning in the winter, winning a title at winter is great, but these are the titles, Belmont, Saratoga, which you're facing. You're not just facing a good riding colony, it's a great riding colony, and I think Dylan deserves a lot of credit, as does Mike Migliore, who's his agent, for getting him on a lot of live horses. But Dylan, to look at his progression, he got hurt, he got better, and I think one of the biggest changes he's made, and Richie could talk about this a lot more, is he's gotten more aggressive at the right times. Because there were times with Dylan when you'd say, he's got to be more aggressive. He's just out of position too often. Now you've seen him ride aggressively, adapting to his mounts, and he's just becoming better and better rider. And at this point, his father, Robbie, who wrote much longer ago, he's doing as well as Robbie really ever did as well. And I imagine Robbie's very, very proud of him, as he should be.
Absolutely. He's on your 2-1 favorite here. We'll break to the outside as he looks to pad that lead in this race. And good news for him, Irad Ortiz does not have a mount in this third race, so he'll have the opportunity to potentially take one step forward. The number 5, Centavo, your pick. Let's go back to him. It's been a long time since he's seen the winner's circle. In this race in particular, though, we're not dealing with the most trustworthy, consistent winning types. And so you kind of have to go off of the ones with some good form to sink your teeth into.
So I'm going to do this very quickly. 47, 66, 81, 93, 108. We've got 6 runners. So this field is 1 for 18, an average of 1 for 18.
Oof.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
It's not that impressive. Pretty simple math.
Off
Adding,
that
subtracting,
math,
and
we'll take a
multiplying.
quick pause to welcome in our regional networks. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Valley Sports, Southern California and San Diego, we appreciate you joining us today. Thanks for sticking with us here on this Friday afternoon. Acacia Clement alongside Andy Serling, Maggie Wolfendale with us as well. And if you're just tuning in, you missed the opportunity to see Andy doing math live, which is always a treat.
It's a great moment for me. In fact, I'm a little tired. I'm ready to go home. You're going to do the last hour by yourself. We were pointing out that the average horse in this race is 1 for 18. They've all won one race, and they're combined 6 for 108.
Here's the field for the third leading rider. Dylan Davis will be aboard Breaking Stones to the outside. That's a look at Got the Gold. He, like a light, got their maiden win last time out. For more on this field, let's go trackside and check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, but the difference between a light and Got the Gold is a light was 0 for 34 before last time, whereas Got the Gold it was just 0 for 11. I don't have any problems with your current choice in here, Breaking Stones. I have always thought that he looks like a horse that wants to run longer as he goes to 6 furlong once again, but he ran well enough to be a legitimate player in here. But interested in Got the Gold. I mean, arguably could have been facing some, albeit maidens, better horses last time. He did get a lucky bob, and he did get a pace to run at, and I don't know if he necessarily gets that here, but he just looks best. And that's where I'm going to take him. As number 5 is Centavo. I agree with Andy. This horse is better than he looks on paper. Well, again, he's 3-1, so it's not. I think people are catching on. The lower profile connections may be keeping him from being favored, possibly. But this is a horse that has run now 6 times in just a touch over 2 months. And for a horse, sometimes that will lighten them up a bit, just a lot of running in a short period of time. And it has not with Centavo. He looks exactly the same as when I saw him here in early May at Belmont. So all things looking good, and I would think that, you know, definitely a repeat of 2-back would win here easily, but a horse that has been keeping relatively good form and looks to continue that here yet again. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Centavo currently 3-1. Andy's pick. Maggie going with the 4, Got the Gold. Both of you going against Breaking Stones. For those viewers just tuning in on Valley Sports, what were some of the trepidation you had about the favorite in this race, Andy?
I understand this is not a particularly strong field. I think Breaking Stone's been in some weaker fields where he's had really advantageous situations, and he's lost races he's never supposed to lose. And Centavo and Prince of Joy have more speed than he does. His best race is sort of the front end. Listen, he can win here. I wouldn't take 8-5 on him, but it feels like, as a handicapper, to me, every time a horse is in a race where they're favored and they're kind of supposed to win.
Yes.
Most favorites are supposed to win. Not all of them, most of them are. And they lose, it's a black mark. It's something I learned reading Picking Winners, Andy Byer's book, when I was very young. And it's something that stuck with me. And it's one thing to happen once. When it happens 12 times, it's a problem.
We'll see if 8-5 will look like value on Breaking Stones, as he is your favorite to the outside with leading rider Dylan Davis. Potentially some other alternatives in this third race at Belmont Park. Though we go to the voice of New York racing, John Imbrial, for the call of race 3 at Belmont.
And they're off. From the outside, it is Breaking Stones who goes out for the lead, Got the Gold. And Prince of Joy is moving up right alongside of Breaking Stones. And now Prince of Joy Big Long Shot takes the lead from Breaking Stones. Got the Gold is back running in third. In between horses is Centavo. On the outside is Ghostmon, and Alight trails the field in sixth. A battle up front, Prince of Joy on the inside and Breaking Stones on the outside. They are heads apart through a quarter in 23 and 1. And sitting just behind is Centavo in the red blinkers. Got the Gold is down at the rail. Ghostmon in the clear on the outside. 4 lengths back to Alight. Breaking Stones has the lead now, coming for the quarter pole. Prince of Joy down at the rail, runs in second with Got the Gold next in third. It is Breaking Stones with the lead in the stretch, and the lead has built to 4 lengths, now to 5 lengths. Got the Gold moving up on the outside into second. Prince of Joy dropping back. Then Centavo. It is Breaking Stones in front. Got the Gold giving chase. Breaking Stones will win it here. Breaking Stones and Dylan Davis. Got the Gold was second. Close for third between Centavo and Alight.
Dylan Davis and Breaking Stones make that 46 wins at the meet. He is now 4 up on Irad Ortiz. We're far from being done this weekend, but I know every win meaningful for this young rider.
Much like Richard Nixon, this category won't have Breaking Stones to kick around anymore.
Well done.
He's going to have to find his way against the non-winners of 3 lifetimes now.
We wish him luck.
And listen, you and I were watching the race, and you said to me, you know, I'm kind of rooting for Dylan to win this title. And I said, so am I. He's had such a good meet. And Dylan, 26 to go. You're up by 4. But Irad's still waiting in the wings. He can win 4 very quickly.
A lot can happen over 3 days of racing. Dylan Davis and Breaking Stones with the win, though. It was 8-4 and a photo for third in the third race at beautiful Belmont Park. Breaking Stones exits this non-winners of 2 condition, as Andy mentioned. Very patriotic silks as well off the heels of Independence Day. Breaking Stones, though, with the win. Just best in here as the photo for third came back. It was 8-4-5-1 in race 3. We'll bring you prices in a bit. And as we've been talking about, we are wrapping up the spring summer meet here at Big Sandy. That means that we're now 6 days away from opening day up at the spa. I know you all are just as excited as we are for the start of Saratoga. We'll talk more about what you can look forward to after this.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Dylan Davis in the fight for that riding title here at Belmont Park extends his lead to 4 with the win in race 3 aboard Breaking Stones.
Yeah, the public got this one right. Their choices ran 1, 2, 3 in here, and Breaking Stones found a field he could beat. Congratulations to Oscar Barrera as well. I like Oscar. He's a good guy. I like talking to Oscar at the racetrack, and nice to see him get the win.
Gelding by congrats with the wins for Gagliano Stables. Dylan Davis in the saddle for Oscar Barrera, as Andy mentioned. Final order of finish was 8-4-5 in race 3 at Belmont Park, as this one did go off the favorite $5.70 winner in the 3rd race. The field for the 4th race, though, will be our stake race of the day. The Grand Couturier was rescheduled to today. Andy, we're glad to see it come back this afternoon, going 1.5 miles on the turf, and a fun field to handicap as well. Channel Maker currently 6-5 as he does come out of the Grade 1 Manhattan, where he completely missed the break that day.
So I'm looking at the odds because I have a little bet with our friend Anthony Stabile on this race, where highest honors, I feel like I may win this bet, but it's a tricky race. I mean, there's nobody in here that you can completely discount. Soldier Rising, to me, seemed like the unlikeliest winner. He's kept some very good company, but he's not really a winning type. It's kind of amazing that Soldier Rising, and I teased Christophe Clement about this, when he won his last race, it was 2 weeks before State of Rest, who beat him by a length in the Saratoga Derby, finished winning his 3rd world-class Group 1 race, which included the Cox Plate and the Prince of Wales at Ascot. And 6 races, Soldier Rising won the non-winners of 2. He's a talented horse, but he just seems to be his own worst enemy.
He is. He doesn't necessarily have that little punch in the stretch that you'd love to see, and see if he can break through. We'll get back to the Grand Couturier in a moment, though. Opening week schedule for Saratoga. I know this is what you all have just been dying to see. Of course, Thursday, July 14th will be the opening day. As usual, we kick things off with the Schuylerville opening weekend with the Diana. But Andy, if there's one horse you had to say you're most looking forward to for this summer at Saratoga, who would it be?
To narrow it down to one horse is kind of silly for any of us, because
I know.
we're going to be really, I mean, we're all on pins and needles. We're so excited to be going up there. One thing about Saratoga is you never stop being excited getting back to Saratoga. It's one of the great things in life. But I am really looking forward to seeing Early Voting run, a horse that I'm a big fan of. I'm friendly with the connections, want to see him do well. And I was thinking about Cloud Computing, who followed the same path. He won the Preakness. I remember going to Saratoga and thinking, he's going to assert himself as the best 3-year-old in the country. Instead, he bombed completely. He was awful in the Jim Dandy. He was worse in the Travers, and you just don't know. And it's one of the things about horse racing why you have to appreciate the wins, because they can go the wrong way very quickly. But I think Early Voting has a real chance to prove to be the best 3-year-old in the country. He's been exceptional, and he's improved with every single start, and all his races are legitimate. He has speed, but he can stalk a little bit. And those 3-year-old races potentially up there are going to be very tough. Now, we don't know if he's going to Haskell or he's going to Jim Dandy, but we know there's a lot of very good horses headed towards the Travers. And the potential for those 3-year-old races to be really historically strong is very, very good.
Couldn't agree more, as we look forward to seeing how the 3-year-old picture pans out throughout the second half of the year. But there'll be more great races to look forward to. And Maggie, I have a feeling you're excited to see your equine boyfriend.
Yes, Acacia. Well, speaking of horses that haven't gone the wrong way quickly, Jackie's Warriors. He looks to get yet another graded stakes victory up at Saratoga. We saw him get one as a 2-year-old. He took down the H. Allen Jerkins, a grade 1 last year, defeating Life is Good as a 3-year-old, and now the 4-year-old campaign as he does ride those 2 wins into this 2022 Saratoga meet, with obviously, I would think, his first target being the grade 1 Arthur G. Vanderbilt on July 30th. Jackie's Warrior is just one of those horses I just became enamored with the first time I saw him as a 2-year-old, and he is a specimen of a physical. He is just so big and strong, but what I like most about him is his demeanor. He just has that swagger about him, and what I loved after he won the True North Handicap on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend, I was talking to assistant trainer Scott Blasi, and I was expressing my love, unconditional love for him, and he said, you know what, Maggie, if you worked with him every single day like I do, you would love him that much more. And I truly believe that, and I just think he's a special horse, that one that has stayed on the racetrack, and I think that is a venerable quality. Guys?
Yeah, we really are lucky to get a chance to see him running again this year, as last year, Andy, in Saratoga, we saw Jackie's Warrior beating Life is Good in that Jerkins, which was arguably the race of the year, at least for me.
No, I agree. I think that's one of those races you'll remember forever.
Yeah.
Two incredible horses throwing it down the way they did. And I listen, I agree with Maggie. Maggie's had a real affinity for them. And, you know, I can understand that with Jackie's Warrior. I discounted him a little bit early this year. I didn't love his first couple races. I was dead wrong. His True North was incredible. I want to see him get tested early in a race to see how he does more pressure. But as you point out with the King's Bishop at 7 furlong, the Alan Jerkins, excuse me, he was able to handle it quite well. He's a tremendous racehorse. And you think about him, 3 straight years, 1 bad race, the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, but that's it.
I mean, you could say the Southwest, sloppy track, a mile going. He's not that kind of horse. 1 bad race by him. And frankly, his Breeders' Cup Juvenile will never get the credit it deserves for the performance he put in. He couldn't even make the lead. They were going so fast.
I don't know if I can pinpoint one horse, but I will say, I think the race I'm most looking forward to is the Whitney.
Oh, I agree. I love the Whitney. The Whitney's always a really definitive race. And the Olympiad Life is Good matchup right now. And there's others in there, too. I don't want to discount them. But that's going to be a good one.
Meanwhile, we have stakes action coming up next. 1.5 miles on the turf. The Grand Couturier, one-time an Eclipse Award champion, Channel Maker, looks to get back to the winner's circle today and hopefully out of the gate better than he did last time out. We'll talk about his chances and the rest of the field at Belmont Park after this break. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Mossberg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside, and
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
is Macoma the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
The July Selected Horses of All Ages sale, now featuring both horses of racing age and breeding stock. Since 2013, this sale has produced 28% stakes horses, no less than 60 stakes winners, and over $60 million in racetrack earnings. Recent graded stakes winners include Cross Border, Fast Boat, Fearless, Jalen Journey, Stiletto Boy, and Summer in Saratoga. July Selected Horses of All Ages, Monday, July 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
And cutting the corner beautifully was Grand Couturier. It's Precious Passion in front. Grand Couturier had to check and takes to the outside. Here's Interpretation. Here's Better Talk Now. They're coming down to the finish. Grand Couturier comes on through and charges to the lead. And under absolutely brilliant handling by Alan Garcia, Grand Couturier.
Grand Couturier in the 2008 Sword Dancer as we pay tribute to him with his namesake race in this 1.5-mile turf try coming up next. And once again, Andy, I always say the names of the stakes races on the NYRA circuit, you can learn so much about the history of the sport just by looking up the horses that the races were named for.
No question about it. And he was a very cool horse. He ran the Sword Dancer 5 times, won it twice.
It's amazing.
And he won there. Bobby Robato trained him for Mark Keller, longtime owner, longtime trainers in New York. Like to see them do well. Another big horse at the time was Rebon, actually. He ended up getting bought, and Todd Pletcher had him. He won the Met Mile. Alan Garcia, where is he now? Does anybody know? Where is he riding?
I don't know.
He won the Saratoga
I feel like
meet.
I saw him just recently, but
I haven't seen him in over a decade.
Alan Garcia with the win in 2008 in the Sword Dancer aboard Grand Couturier. His namesake race coming up next, 1.5 miles on the turf. That's a look at Channel Maker, a horse that won the Sword Dancer back in 2020. A horse that's a multiple Grade 1 winner, has had tremendous success on the racetrack. He was champion turf horse of 2020. We did see him get a win this year in the Elkhorn, his first start of the year, Andy, showing that he still had ability and the willingness to running with that head high up as he always does. And we'll look to get back to the winner's circle today.
Yeah, a lot of riders have tried him. Manny Franco, it seems like, has had some of the best success with him in the past. Joel Rosario had some good success with him.
Luis aboard here.
He's really the most accomplished horse in here and the best horse on his best race. The question is whether or not some horses are somewhat up-and-comers. Is a Highest Honor an up-and-comer? Is Soldier Rising? Soldier Rising and British Royalty are the 4-year-olds in here. Can either of those two horses take steps forward? But it does seem like Father Time doesn't really catch up to Channel Maker. He just keeps on running.
An 8-year-old by English Channel. They do seem to improve as they get older, as they have more distance. As you mentioned, though, Highest Honors, I remember being so excited when he finally tried the turf back in February. And you can understand because he'd run some good dirt races before. But he got on the turf back in February, and we saw him last time out in the Louisville with a poor start, grinding outside to end up getting up for 3rd behind Cellist on that turf course at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, it wasn't a severe stumble, and then he stumbled to his knees, not to his face. But it did take him out of the race. He's a horse that can be much more forward. I honestly believe if they wanted to try to wire this field, or at least attempt to wire the field, he could be the controlling speed. I don't know how to judge the race. I remember Chad Brown saying, you got to watch this race. It's the kind of race you would have shown on your show that I used to do Trips and Traps. I don't know what to make of him because he gets circled by that horse on the outside. And right here, you feel like he could run last.
Yeah.
And he's going to leave
the picture. He's a bit of a
picture.
grinder.
Yeah, it's weird. He leaves the picture at this point. And then at the very end, he comes re-rallying. I don't know what to make of him. I do think with a clean start and a more aggressive ride, he's going to be in a position to run his best race. But isn't he facing better horses than he's ever faced before on the turf?
Today, we'll learn a lot about him, the big son of Tappet. For more, let's get a paddock report from Maggie. What is Highest Honor showing you in the paddock today, Maggie?
Well, Highest Honors is a horse that in the past I've been somewhat critical of, maybe not looking the best physically, but today is one of the better times I've seen Highest Honors. I mean, for instance, the last time I saw him, which was in the middle of summer last year at Saratoga, he did not look great. I mean, kind of kidney sweat, his coat was dull, and then we saw him run poorly and a layoff, and now he's gotten back on track, but gotten back on track on the turf, and I can see that. He does have a flatter foot to him, and he's a horse that I've always thought the longer he gets to go, the better. So as you guys were just mentioning, the start kind of did him in last time. It definitely wreaked havoc on the way that he finished that race, having to make up so much ground late. But I like the fact that he's showing some energy here. Physically, like I said, he looks better than ever. And I like the distance. As we'll move on to number 2, another horse coming up from Churchill Downs. And speaking of the Louisville, well, Admission Office has won the Louisville. Again, it was just 2 years ago. So he overcame the long layoff last time in what was a very eye-catching performance in the Arlington. I mean, he came from dead last, where, relatively speaking, that pace held together with Get Smokin'. He was your early pace setter. So I think that race is okay that he comes out of. He's an accomplished horse at the distance, and he looks sensational for Brian Lynch here. Just vascular appearance, very fit, good energy from what I'm observing here. I like what I'm seeing from him. Office, and I'm actually kind of surprised to see that he's such a big price on the board. Acacia?
Maggie, Andy and I literally just said the same thing right there with you. Admission Office, who is a horse that has shown in the past that he wants to and can be proficient going further distances. And what a training job by Brian Lynch to have him ready to win this Arlington off such a big layoff.
I have no idea he won this race.
The pace held together.
I mean, and Get Smokin' is very good. I remember talking up of Get Smokin', who ends up being here, saying he was like, should be a heavy favorite. He's like a cinch in this race, whatever. And I realized at this point I forgot to bet him. He's like 3-1 or 7-2. And so I didn't want to cry when he got beat. And I agree, he's better at these distances. He is the longest shot on the board looking at doubles, so he's not coming way down. I feel like either he's a great overlay or it's one of those situations, and I made this analogy a little bit earlier off the air, where, if you don't know who the sucker in a poker game is, then it's you. And I feel a little bit like Maggie likes this horse. You think he's a player in here. I picked him. But I feel like at this odds, we're like the only 3 people on an island somewhere. Maybe we're the fools, and everybody else is smart. We'll find out.
Maybe. We certainly are kept humble in our professions on here. We'll meet the rest of the field, though, for this Grand Couturier. Here's another son of English Channel, British royalty, coming out of the Belmont Gold Cup.
He's probably got to get a little faster to win this race, but he did have trouble to start last time. He wasn't going to win, but he ran well at 2 miles. And I think the key to him is he has dramatically improved as a 4-year-old, but particularly in long-distance races.
That's that big loping stride that you see. Admission Office, second off the layoff, off the back of that win.
He keeps dropping now that we talked about him a little bit to 5-1, but I never imagined he'd be that price. He likes a distance. He ran well last time. I think he's a big-time player for Brian Lynch.
He is 5-1, still a price there. Here is your former Eclipse Award champion, Grass Horse Channel Maker.
He's the horse to beat. How's that? I mean, there's just nothing else to say. He's the guy who's done it. You know he handles the distance. You know he's going to be forward. There's nothing not to like about him.
8-5 now on the old Class Horse. Here's Soldier Rising.
It's really curious. I don't like him at all because he just doesn't seal the deal. And this field is a lot better than Malathiali, who beat him last time. But he's run well enough in enough races to say you won't be surprised when he runs well enough to be there at the wire, and maybe he'll just get a little lucky and somebody else get a little unlucky and he'll win.
Coming off of that win last time out, and here is Highest Honors, the Sun to Tap It.
You made a great point to me off air saying that you think this is what he wants to do, 1.5 miles, and you're absolutely right. It's the best race he ever ran last time. I still think Cellist and Reigning Spirit, who beat him, aren't as good as the horse he's running against today. And I had this discussion on Talking Horses with Anthony Stabile about it, where he was 5-1 in the 4th choice line. I said, this is never going to happen. He's going to be a much, much shorter price. The way Chad Brown horses are running, there's no way a horse is coming off a troubled trip can be a big price in this race. And it's understandable. You keep saying Chad Brown's overbet in this race, yet he's got a positive ROI at the Belmont meet. So maybe he's never overbet.
They've delivered, that's for sure, as we see Highest Honors getting a big warm-up there. You could join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more, while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up, go get started. Use promo code MATCH200 and get up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NairaBets.com, especially with Saratoga right around the corner. The number 4, Soldier Rising, as you mentioned, he is a 4-year-old. He's kind of one of the newer faces in this group of horses, looking for his first graded stakes win stateside. He did face very good company in his graded stakes tries. His lone U.S. win, though, came last time out, going the mile and 3/8 in that allowance try.
I feel like they're all important races, but at some point, Soldier Rising has to put up or shut up, because he's run well enough against such good horses that I think it's fair to say he could be a horse that's running in the Sword Dancer. I know Yabir is talking about coming over, but we're not talking about our horse. And even Yabir. Yabir's not, he's run big in some races. These aren't some of the great distance horses. And Soldier Rising's run well enough against some of these horses. I mean, State of Rest is one of the top horses in the world right now. And this horse finished a length behind him, and they both had similar, very good trips in that race. So he has the potential to be a very, very good horse. But at a certain point, if he doesn't show it, it's just like, okay, he's one of these horses that I know in my heart could be good enough, but he's just not good enough.
I know such high hopes for him after that Saratoga Derby performance, and you would have loved to see him kind of break through, take steps forward, and maybe it is getting back to those further distances. They tried shortening up a little bit. That didn't really work out. He'll have the opportunity to stick with the 1.5 miles, which he was very proficient at over in Europe as well. Down to the inside, the one British royalty. He finished second at the 1.5 miles, 2 starts back at Keeneland, second in that Belmont Gold Cup going the 2 miles. Distance, certainly no problem for him.
No, and you know, we talk about this. Distance is the great equalizer. We talk about a horse could be a claimer on the dirt and a stakes horse in the turf, or vice versa. You can have horses on the turf that are moderate allowance type runners at a mile, 1.16 mile, 1/8, and you get them to a 1 3/8, 1.5 miles, even longer, and they become stakes quality horses, especially in this country. Look at British Royalties PPs. I mean, this horse was claimed for $40,000. He was claimed for $25,000, and he was claimed for $40,000 by his current owner, Bruce Lunsford, who lost him for a quarter. They got him back. He's running 60 buyers, 50 buyers, 70 buyers, some turf, some synthetic, 72 on the turf at a 1.25 miles, 1.5 miles, 92, wins by 4 at 24 to 1. They go back to synthetic at a 1 1/8, he stinks. 1.5 miles at Keeneland, 92. 2 miles here, 90. His distance races on the grass are so demonstratively better than any other race he's run. He's clearly a stakes quality horse going long that's really a claimer going shorter. It's pretty amazing.
It really is. And the race that he won as well in October, the Breeders, part of the Canadian Triple Crown on 3 different surfaces, and he went in against fellow Ontario breds that day, going the 1.5 miles on the turf, and got the win. His 2 races in 2022 at Keeneland and Belmont have both been strong, and not often do you say a horse is turning back to a 1.5 miles.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, I also love that he was originally owned by Bruce Lunsford and trained by Barbara Minshall, who trains a lot of his horses, the ones in Canada. And they lost him for a quarter, and they claimed him back in his next start for 40. But now Barbara's listed as one of the owners as well, so I like seeing that as well. And I don't know if you know Bruce Lunsford at all, but he's one of my favorite guys around the track. Bruce is a terrific guy. Of course, he owned that great filly that Frankie Brothers trained. And I'm going to have a senior moment and forget her name. A very, very fast, very, very fast filly that they own together. But Bruce has had a lot of good horses over the years.
Got to meet him with Art Collector just recently as well.
For
more, though, on horses warming up on track, let's go back to Maggie.
Well, speaking of good horses, I think that Channel Maker falls into that category, earning over $3.3 million in his career, and as an 8-year-old, still is somewhat showing up. Looking for him to get back on track, though, in this ungraded Grand Couturier. You know, last time out, the race was over at the start. I mean, he just stood there. He was like, oh, you guys are leaving? Oh, okay, I'll leave too. So he was on the far outside, too, and there really was nothing else that Luis Saez could do other than to tuck in, not rush him up after, you know, breaking 5 lengths slowly that day. I will say that time and this time in the preliminaries, he's been dead quiet. I mean, really quiet. Like, he came out of the saddling stall yawning. And that's not necessarily what I've seen from Channel Maker in the past, but it also comes with the horse getting a bit older. And he can definitely win just on, you know, memory and class alone. I just would like to have seen a little bit more energy from him, given the fact that he just completely blew the start last time. But at least today he is in amongst horses, you know, with 2 horses on either side of him to kind of encourage him to leave on time, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Channel Maker, some good points there, as he is an 8-year-old, a horse that we grown accustomed to seeing trying to wire the field and just run away from everybody else. And he came from a little bit of a stalking spot 2 starts back in the Elkhorn, and then last time, as Maggie mentioned, just completely missing the break. Hopefully we'll at least break with the field to see what he still has to offer today. Yeah, I mean, he's run plenty. He's run a lot of races that will win this race, and he is the horse to beat. Is 6-5 too low? I don't know. It doesn't seem that ridiculous that he's 6-5. I think we all just think that 2 is a surprisingly big price near. The name of the Bruce Lunsford Frank Brothers horse is Madcap Escapade. Yes. Meg Thank you, Google.
Meg actually texted me, but you and I already looked on Google for it.
Meg is basically our walking Google.
Yeah, I couldn't have looked at Google because I don't know if he could really spell it in his computer. So.
Oh, no. Well, I don't know if he has internet. Oh, we'll see.
Oh, really?
Admission office, 5 to 1. Still a big price on the board. 6-5, though, on Channel Maker. Your top pick was admission office?
Yes, my topic is admission office, but I've already won 2 lunches. I won 2 lunches from Anthony Stabile.
Well,
So I feel like a winner already.
Yeah, between the math and the lunch wins, you should just wrap it up
Yeah,
there, you know?
I'm thinking of wrapping it up the way things are going lately.
6-5 on Channel Maker, the Grand Couturier, as we look forward to this 1.5-mile run on the turf. A great way to kick off closing weekend at Belmont Park with some nice stakes action.
No, I agree. And tomorrow's card is going to be a really, really strong one. If you haven't looked at it, get to work. It's going to be a fun way to close out the Belmont Park.
Really competitive card from start to finish. 11 races tomorrow?
11 races?
11 races tomorrow. Today, though, our 4th race, stakes action, the Grand Couturier, named for that 2008 Sword Dancer winner. And we'll see who can handle this 1.5-mile trip. There goes your favorite Channel Maker. Can he get back to the winner's circle today? Here's John and Brielle, as we'll soon find out.
And highest honors. There in the gate. And they're off in the Grand Couturier Stakes. And the Channel Maker broke well, right out for the lead. Highest honors, the gray on the outside, and British Royalty is down at the rail. Channel Maker makes the lead here. Highest honors and British Royalty, their heads apart 2nd and 3rd, with Soldier Rising next in 4th, and it's 3.5 lengths back to Admission Office, who will be the early trailer in 5th in this 1.5-mile race on the Widener. Channel Maker takes the field into the clubhouse turn. And on the outside is Highest Honors. The quarter went in 25 seconds. Channel Maker sets the pace. Highest Honors in 2nd. With British Royalty running in 3rd, it's 2.5, 3 lengths now. Back to Soldier Rising and another 2.5 to Admission Office. It's Channel Maker by 3/4 of a length. Highest Honors on the outside in 2nd. With British Royalty tucked in down towards the rail and in 3rd. Half-mile went in 50 and 2/5 seconds. The favorite Channel Maker leading the field now up the backstretch. It is Channel Maker by 3/4 of a length. Highest Honors remains in 2nd. Then British Royalty, Soldier Rising, and Admission Office. So positions are unchanged as they continue along here with Channel Maker in front right from the start and still the leader here. It's Channel Maker by a 1/2 length. Highest Honors on the outside in 2nd. 3/4 up in 1:16 and 1. It is Channel Maker 3/4 of a length. Highest Honors in 2nd by a length. Then British Royalty, followed next by Soldier Rising, and Admission Office continues to trail this field of 5. Channel Maker is the leader here. Channel Maker by a 1/2 length. Highest Honors on the outside running in 2nd. Soldier Rising is right alongside of British Royalty. They are heads apart 3rd and 4th as they race midway around the turn. Now the pace begins to pick up here with Channel Maker narrowly over Highest Honors. Soldier Rising is in 3rd. British Royalty down towards the rail. And farther back is Admission Office. They are at the top of the stretch. It is Channel Maker, Highest Honors, Soldier Rising on the outside, British Royalty looking for a way through as they come down with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is Channel Maker, challenged here by Soldier Rising, and Channel Maker. The two of them will battle it out to the finish. Channel Maker on the inside. Channel Maker, the 8-year-old, wins the Grand Couturier Stakes, and he did it in front-running fashion under jockey Louis Saez.
Channel Maker able to hold on as an 8-year-old, taking them every step of the way as Soldier Rising, Andy, just does not want to go by.
Unbelievable. I mean, you were rooting for him.
I
understand, which I totally get. And I'm thinking, like, he's on top of the stretch. He angled out. He's going to blow by these horses. And, I mean, give a lot of credit to Channel Maker.
Absolutely,
He is such a
absolutely.
game horse. Obviously, he was able to control on the front end, set a moderate pace, but he's such a game old pro. I mean, it is remarkable. An 8-year-old still able to run in strong races. But this is Soldier Rising. This is why he hasn't gone for it. I mean, he just
frustrating
didn't
horse
want to
for sure.
win. He ran a winning race.
Channel Maker, though, with the win. Former champion turf male of 2020 after a couple of big Grade 1 wins. Channel Maker able to take them every step of the way. And you see that high head carriage that he's always had, and you and I were commenting on it. He's actually gotten better with it too. He used to run with his head so high up. This would be such an uncomfortable horse to ride. Luis Saez clearly handles him quite well though, and an 8-year-old who gets back to the winner's circle with another stakes win.
Another win for Luis Saez. That's 2 wins on today's card, and a nice job with him setting those fractions. But, I mean, Jose Ortiz rode the 4 perfectly. Got him in great position. He was sitting just off of him. I mean, what better trip could you have won with that horse? Wow. That must be frustrating.
The 8-year-old Channel Maker with the win under Luis Saez for Belmont. We'll bring you prices from the Grand Couturier and reactions after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The Grand Couturier in the books. The 8-year-old Channel Maker still finding the winner's circle as Maggie is joined by co-owner Dean Reeves.
That's right, Acacia. And we were just talking, when did you buy into Channel Maker? Because he's rewarded you and the rest of his connections really well over every single racing season.
He's such a warrior, and rewarded us is right. I mean, we probably bought in 3 or 4 years ago, but he's won Grade 1s and just done wonders, you know, every time out. I mean, this race here, I thought we were done. And when he saw the Soldier Rising come up, he just kicked it in another gear and got it done. So that was a great race.
And now he's a horse that has kind of acquired a lot of fans. He kind of has that unique running style with his head kind of straight up in the air, but also he has a lot of heart. And a lot of times that's hard to find in these horses. So for one like him that puts it out on the line every single time, as an owner, what does that mean to you?
Well, you know, it's a tough business, and to see a horse with that much heart, you know, every time they open the gates, he's going to give you everything he's got. And it's just been a real pleasure. We got great partners. I want to say hello to all of them out there, and that sorry they missed this, but it was a great race, and what a champion.
Including that Randy Hill that he were
I know, Randy. I called him and said I was going to be here, but you know, he's a big time guy on Wall Street there, I guess. So he couldn't make it.
Oh, those Friday races. But he's a horse that's also shown an affinity for Saratoga. Are you guys looking forward to running him up there possibly?
Yes, absolutely. Bill's done a great job. I mean, to keep this horse in this good a shape, his staff and what Bill's done is just tremendous. So we look forward to getting up to Saratoga, and we'll go at it again.
Well, Dean, you are often a fixture at Saratoga. Looking forward to seeing you up there, but congratulations with Channel Maker today.
Thank you so much.
All right, Channel Maker, it's hard not to root for him, Acacia.
A very cool 8-year-old horse indeed, $4.50 winner. Channel Maker is, I'm sure Randy Hill is just at home busy getting his shirt collection ready for Saratoga, right?
He's just getting ready to complain to me every day at Saratoga. Now he can't complain to me. I just make fun of him every time I see him about how much he complains to me. Randy's a terrific guy, as
yes.
Dean and Patty Reeves as well. And Dean and Patty are relative newcomers to racing. I mean, maybe the last 10 years they got involved in racing, and they love Saratoga like so many of us, being up there pretty much the whole meets, and it's always nice to see them do well.
And really just over the last couple of years, kind of stepping forward into New York racing as well, with a lot of New York breds too, and we appreciate their support and wonderful owners with a lot of success. As we saw Channel Maker with the win in the Grand Couturier, we shift gears and take a look at what we have to look forward to tomorrow with the cross-country Pick 5 sequence. Always a fun opportunity, as it does include the Caesars, Belmont Derby, the Belmont Oaks, and 3 of the big races from Horseshoe Indy on their big day of racing. Take a look at the field for the Indiana Derby, Andy. A grade 3 event for the 3-year-olds. And Rattle and Roll looks like he will be coming back on a quick turnaround for trainer Ken McPeak. We saw him win just 7 days prior in the American Derby, his class prevailing in that race.
Yeah, and it was a good job getting him more into the race than he'd been in the past, but I'm going to bet against him in this race. I mean, he's probably run the best races maybe of everyone in here, but I think there are enough up-and-coming runners in here that I want to give somebody else a chance, especially coming back just a week later.
A quick turnaround for Rattle and Roll, who we did see win the Grade 1 Breeders' Futurity as a 2-year-old. He was a horse that was not quite up to the level of some of the others as far as facing those 3-year-old Kentucky Derby prep races. Had to face the likes of Zandon, Epicenter. Got the win last time out, but as we've mentioned about Ken McPeak, he's sharp with placing horses to find an opportunity to get them some graded stakes wins. An interesting runner coming off the back of a maiden victory, though, is Actuator for trainer Michael McCarthy. Switched him to the dirt last time and off of a layoff, and he absolutely aired at Churchill Downs, going the 7/8.
I mean, he was a totally different horse for Whitey than he was for his prior connections. I mean, this was just, he just crushed this field. A fast race, a big figure. We'll see if he can stretch out and do it again. I'm not going to be surprised. He's a very interesting player in this race.
You also have the horse that was the 75-to-1 shot upset in the Rebel, Un Ojo. Intriguing, and then you also wonder horses that are trying to take a step forward, like an Actuator who's just coming off that maiden win.
Best actor the same way, I think, who's looking for another win here. Uno is going to have to show that he's fast enough to run with these horses. Obviously a big win in the Rebel, but he's never run a race that's fast enough to beat several players in here, but maybe he's improved. He's now in Robertino Diodoro's barn.
That'll be a fun race at the Indiana Derby, part of that cross-country Pick 5 sequence. Back here at Belmont Park, we take a look at what's coming up in race number 5, a maiden special weight going a mile on the main track for 3-year-olds and Upward Gasoline. Currently 3-2, short price on this. Son of Curlin for trainer Todd Pletcher, who's had an absolutely tremendous couple of weeks here at Belmont Park. Looks to keep that good momentum going, and he has a very short price favorite to kick off the late Pick 5 from Belmont Park. We'll talk more about his chances and the rest of the field after this.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Happy was going to be the last horse I ever owned, and I was getting out of the business. I had so many disappointments and heartbreaks and lost so much money at it, and then came Run Happy. So I guess the lesson there is persistence, never give up.
His performance in the Breeders' Cup Sprint was one that people will talk about for years to come. I mean, it was another, yet again, freaky performance. Set the track record. The way he did it was pretty incredible.
He won at Keeneland, he won at Saratoga.
Run Happy!
He won at Santa Anita, he won at several of the legendary places in horse racing.
Run Happy is simply super! He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu!
What a great horse, what a great thrill it was to be around Run Happy and now to follow his stud career. We couldn't be prouder to have Run Happy and have him stand at Claiborne Farms. That is myself and my daughter's happy place. We love Claiborne Farms, and Run Happy loves being there.
We put him in stall number 1 for a reason. We have a lot of confidence in this horse. We think he has all the capabilities and characteristics that you kind of look for in a great stallion. You know, he had the speed, he had the form, he had the freaky talent, the athleticism, and he's really throwing it in his foals. And we're over the moon with what we've seen. We feel like we're in a great spot, and now it's up to the offspring to prove it.
And our program, America's Day at the Races, is brought to you by Run Happy, the brilliant Eclipse Award champion and record setter who raced medication-free. As we take a look at the field for Saturday's Grade 3 victory ride at Belmont Park, we have a daughter of Run Happy, Happy Soul, who was absolutely tremendous as a 2-year-old. Andy winning that Astoria by 11 plus lengths. She comes out of a second in the Miss Preakness. She will have to get around Pretty Birdie, however, who does have that always dangerous early speed.
She's a very, very talented horse, Pretty Birdie. She's got a lot of speed, and I think that Norm Cass is doing the right thing, cutting her back, bringing her here, running the victory ride 6 furlongs, and I imagine, assuming she runs well, he probably won't run her at 7 in the test, but pointed to Grade 2 prioress late in the Saratoga meet, which seems like the right move, and it won't hurt to have Joel Rosario aboard.
Hot Peppers, an intriguing runner as far as her early speed and what that could potentially bring to the party on Saturday in the victory ride. Back here today at Belmont, we have a maiden special weight coming up next, going a mile on the main track. 6-7 to 5 on gasoline now, but some other intriguing runners. Let's go down to the paddock and check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Acacia, I feel like I'm on that island Andy was talking about, the Fool's Island, because I was not expecting to see number 1, Cloud Forest, at such a big price. I guess they know more than me, but Cloud Forest is a horse that this is the first time I'm laying eyes on him, but I remember Richard Migliori covering the race, and I want to say he picked this horse, and I can see why. He's incredibly good looking and solid, a lot of substance to him. Now he comes back, actually cutting back a little bit in distance after basically a merry-go-round race. He certainly wasn't flattered when Nabokov came up with an absolute no-show performance going back to the Dwyer, but there may have been an issue with regards to that. But this horse looks sensational, and if anything, he looks more fit in this second start, and I like this spot for him. As we'll move on to number 4, Sidekick, another second-time starter, though he's stretching out in distance after he debuted on a muddy, sealed racetrack. And I liked him that day, but just thought that he'd want to go longer. Well, your wish is my command, Sugar. And he gets to go the mile today. Same laid-back, professional demeanor as he had first time out. I think Sidekick could really step up and improve, getting that added 2 furlongs today. I like what I'm seeing from him, as there's a first-time starter to his inside, number 3, Secret Cargo, son of Gun Runner. The dam was actually more of a turf horse, and the only sibling to run won a slow dirt sprint. I think I'll take the wait-and-see approach with this guy. He just feels as though he's going to need one slightly for fitness and to just kind of come together. You know, he doesn't have that real solid appearance to him, and plus he's just very laid back here, which bodes well for going the mile at first asking. But just relative to all the other horses who have run before, he really looks as though he'll benefit from a start just to strengthen and gain some fitness, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Secret Cargo sold for $300,000 as a yearling, son of Gun Runner. Pedigree a little bit confusing, and he is cold on the board. And you brought up an interesting point, Andy, as far as Saratoga is right around the corner, and it would be interesting to see one for the barn that really had a ton of talent showing up here.
Carver Stables has won 3 or 4 owner titles in a row, and Chad Brown, and pointing for Saratoga, and the wins matter. And once you get in the last couple of weeks of Belmont, trainers, whoever they are thinking, I want to race in Saratoga. You
don't want to lose your conditions before
that.
that.
I wonder if they would run a firster. They had a turf horse took a lot of money the other day, and I made this argument, and the horse didn't run well. They would run one of their better firsters this late at Belmont and not wait for Saratoga. The other thing is, yeah, he's a little cold on the board, and I understand Chad Brown's horses take a lot of money. You've got horses that are running 90 buyers in this race. The slower horses are running 80 buyers in this race. The horse who wins this race, in all likelihood, is going to be pretty good. So for a first-time starter at a mile to win going a 90 buyer, it happens, but it doesn't happen that frequently.
Chad Brown, meanwhile, sends out that first-time starter. He has had a tremendous meet here at Belmont, as I'm sure he'll be a little sad to see Belmont Park go away. Of course, looking forward to Saratoga, but just the Grade 1 wins. We look at some of these big names, these big horses with a lot of success and a record-breaking meet for the barn.
I'm proud that 2 of the ones I bet are Gerrymander and Tribhuvan, and they paid huge prices. It's been a great meet for Chad Brown. It really has. I mean, I think no matter what your expectations are, he's exceeded them to have won that he has. And, he's setting the record with 45 wins in the first 41 days of the meet. And to put into perspective, the Clement barn has won 31 races. They have had an absolutely spectacular meet. And because of the kind of meet that Chad Brown's had, nobody's talking about it because they got drowned by Chad. I mean, it took that kind of meet to win. Todd Pletcher won 8 races here last weekend to get to 23. He's 8 behind Clement and 22 behind Chad Brown.
It's amazing.
Absolutely amazing, the performance that they've put in.
It's funny. Yesterday at lunch, Christoph was saying, he said, I've never done so well. I've never had such a great meet. The horses are running. Horses are doing really well, and yet you still then are reminded, despite the fact if a barn is winning at 25%, you say it's a terrific meet, that still means you're losing at 75% of the time. That's why what you say, you have to appreciate those big wins. Even Chad, with the numbers of the horses that he has, winning at 32% of this meet, you're still in this game going to lose more than you win, which is why we make such a big deal of the numbers of victories during a single meet, because it's really hard to do.
It's really hard to do. And I think if you're anybody, whether you're Todd Pletcher or that great weekend, Rudy Rodriguez had a good meet, but you don't judge yourself, we had a bad meet because somebody else did better than we did. You should never say that. You should say, I want to do better, and what ways can I find to do better, no matter how much you're succeeding. But you don't judge yourself against somebody else, and obviously things have gone very well for them. They've pointed their horses, they've shown up, they've run very well. And that's really all you can ask. You want to ask yourself at the end of the day, no matter who you are, what could I have done better? And if you feel like you've done the right things and you just, listen, look at the horse in the last race, Soldier Rising. It's extremely frustrating, and I'm sure Christophe and Miguel are extremely frustrating. They thought they were going to win the stake. They think they're going forward. The horse's been frustrating, and then he loses. They didn't do anything wrong. Jose Ortiz didn't do anything wrong. They didn't do anything wrong preparing him. He's a horse that doesn't seem to want to win races. I don't know what else they can possibly do. There are horses like that, and he's one of them. He's a very talented horse that has, as we like to say, some of his character flaws.
It takes so much just to get to the racetrack, let alone to win races. We'll meet the field for this maiden race in the 5th, starting with the 1 Cloud Forest.
Obviously, he's an overlay considering his morning line was 3-1. But I think a lot of us wondering, and Nabokov ran poorly last weekend. I wouldn't take that as a real indication, but I still am not sure his race was as good as his A7 buyer suggests.
Here's the quote-unquote other Todd Pletcher, Outperform.
One day we'll find out why this horse got bet so heavily in his debut, because since then, and he ran one race in Florida and was terrible, but he hasn't run in quite a while. Gets Lasix.
Yeah, totally washed out that day, too, down in Florida, and we haven't seen him since then. Here's the Chad Brown firster, Secret Cargo.
You know, to dismiss Chad Brown first-time starters and the way they're going, and in general for Klarovich, probably a mistake, but I'm not going for this one.
Little Green did not want to link up with the pony there. Here's the 4 Sidekick stretching out.
He's my top choice, and Maggie sort of said those things. I think his first race was a very good learning experience for him. I don't think he had a trouble with the track. I just think he sort of was running between horses and putting it together late, the kind of horse that should move forward, and he's a player, but he needs to improve.
Here's the 5 Win It for John Kimmel.
I mean, he didn't run badly last time, but he lost by 5 lengths to the favorite Gasoline. Can he make that up? Not for me.
Speaking of the favorite, he'll be next 3-2 on Gasoline, who's making start number 3.
I guess the knock is you got Todd Pletcher, it's 0 for 3. However, he was the 5-2 favorite in his debut, and then he's been 5-1 and 4-1. So he hasn't been a super short price. Not like he's disappointing. He lost to a very good Juddmonte Chad Brown horse in his last race. A very, very good horse.
And on the outside, here's the 7 Making It.
He's cutting back from 2 turns to 1 turn. He lost to the, what did they pay for Aussie Pride? Like $4 million or something? They made a crazy price for him, right?
Yeah.
They ran him on the turf twice. He failed, then ran him in the dirt. Now, Aussie Pride, who beat him for Belmont, did come back and run 5 buyer points worse in his next start. But I like the cutback, and he's won at a price. If I was going to use a third horse, it would be him.
6-1 now for trainer George Weaver. As you may have heard, Cindy Hutter, the wife and assistant to trainer George Weaver, was hospitalized Sunday morning after an incident on the Oklahoma training track in Saratoga. Vinditude, the filly she was galloping, suffered an apparent heart attack, and Cindy was subsequently airlifted to Albany Medical Center, where she remains unconscious but in stable condition. Our thoughts and prayers are with the entire Weaver family and the team as they do send out, making it here on the outside.
No, I'm so glad you brought that up. And it was an induced coma. People should understand. So it's not, and George had some very positive things to say and hoping for recovery. And listen, I mean, racing is a big family. Even no matter how you feel, you want to see everybody in good shape. So I think we're all thinking about them. And
Absolutely.
hopefully,
A dysfunctional family, but a family.
the most dysfunctional, but that doesn't mean that we don't root for our own.
As we clumsily turn the page and go back to this 5th race coming up next at the number 6 Gasoline, coming out of a 2nd place finish for Todd Pletcher in his most recent start. You brought up an interesting point, Andy, about the prices that this horse has been and was the favorite on debut. Last time out finishing 2nd, he was a big price versus Artorias, who seems to have a lot of talent for Chad Brown.
And also got an exceptionally good ride and trip in this race as well. It's not, I mean, everything going for him. This was a very, very good effort. And, you know, you wonder, they start playing up the losses, and Todd Pletcher's a guy who delivers. But I don't think this horse has shown to be a loser. I just think he's been in very, very tough spots.
He has.
And he's the horse to beat in here. I have nothing against him. I took a little shot with the 4 Sidekick, but fully prepared to realize that Gasoline is the one to beat.
Son of Curlin out of Yellow Agate, who did win the Grade 1 for Zet. Huge pedigree on this one. As we look at Sidekick, you talk about a huge pedigree. This one is the half-brother to Code of Honor, who will stretch out in distance as well. He finished 3rd on debut, going the 6 furlongs, and we'll get more distance to work with today.
And I think a lot of people look and say it was an Honor Code. So are they a full? Well, Honor Code wasn't standing at stud then. Regal Mission, Noble Mission is the sire of Code of Honor. I like the way he was running. It's not like anybody else was making up ground in this race. He was the only horse. Everybody else was kind of running in place, and he was running at the end. It just seems like a first-time starter that should improve second time. But he better improve, because this field is strong.
6-5, though, on Gasoline. Maggie, what do you make of this favorite in the 5th?
I'm not enthralled, but I get why he can win. He was so game last time out, but I must admit this is the first time I'm seeing him, and maybe just some other horses from the physical perspective took my fancy a bit more than he. You know, he's a horse that has run 4 times now at a mile and a 1-turn mile to boot, and that's all the further I think this horse ultimately wants to go, despite being a son of Curlin. He's kind of smaller, handier, but obviously with those 3 races already under his belt, incredibly fit. I have no problems with him, and furthermore, he probably does get to possibly control and dictate the pace here. We'll see how much more pace we get from number 1, Cloud Forest, but like I said, I'm not enthralled, but I can definitely see him winning as a horse to his outside that I'm not sure that less ground is better is number 7, Making It. But to be fair to him, he did show decent speed going the 2-turn mile and 16th at Keeneland last time. You know, he was chasing wide, and I thought he finished best of any of the horses that were attending the pace that day, the winner coming from further back. He's a huge horse. You can see him relative to the pony out there. That's not a small pony either. He's a little bit awkward. You know, he's kind of got a longer back than what fits his body, if that makes any kind of sense. But ever since leaving the paddock, he's gotten really sharp. And so we'll also see if he's forwardly placed 2 here, which he should be. He's giving every indication that he will be this time around. And 2, he has that last race to back that up. Wouldn't be my first selection, but you're getting a decent price on a horse that I think actually ran okay in his last start.
He did indeed. Maggie, thank you. Making It, who the winner, Aussie Pride, just kind of cruised right by him in that race, but he was one that improved, certainly getting onto the main track in his second start for George Weaver, and will look to build off of that race at Keeneland.
Oh, I think he's absolutely a player in this race. I picked the race 4, 6, 7, 1. I mean, I'm not falling asleep on anybody in here. I think the 1 may be okay. I just feel like he might be in a little bit tough, and his last race might not be as good as the buyer figure suggests. But this is going to be a good horse finishing 3rd or 4th in this race.
6-5 on Gasoline. I was in the paddock for 2 out of his 3 races and felt exactly the same way as Maggie. We'll see if he could get to the winner's circle today. That son of Curlin with the huge pedigree. A competitive maiden special weight race. Up next in the 5th, here's Johnny I standing by with the call.
Sidekick just moved in, so we're waiting for Win It, Gasoline, and Making It. Field of 7. Going 1 mile. These are maidens. And this 5th race begins the late pick 5. Win It moved into the gate rider list. Javier Castellano will now get back aboard. And then it'll be Gasoline and Making It to complete the field. Gasoline is in. Jockey Castellano is back on the 5. Win It. And number 7 Making It. Now moving into the starting gate. Set now for Friday's 5th. And they're off. Gasoline broke well. Sidekick is now moving up, and Sidekick grabs the lead. And Win It is on the move. Win It going up to challenge Sidekick for the lead. Gasoline not far behind in 3rd, Making It on the extreme outside. Outperform runs in 5th. It's 2 lengths to the 2 trailers, Secret Cargo and Cloud Forest. The gray Win It leads by 3/4 of a length. The favorite, Gasoline, is tracking in 2nd. Making It on the outside in 3rd, and the opening quarter mile was run in 23 and 2/5 seconds. So it is a Win It on top here by a length. Gasoline 2nd by a head. Making It's on the outside in 3rd, and Sidekick runs in 4th just behind the front 3. Outperform is at the rail. First-time starter Secret Cargo has moved up on the outside, and farther back is a Cloud Forest, who trails the field in 7th. Half mile in 46 and 4/5 seconds. Win It at the rail. Gasoline in between horses. Making It on the outside. Those 3 across. They now have 4 lengths on Sidekick, trying to keep up in 4th. And then it's Outperform, Secret Cargo, and Cloud Forest. Win It continues to lead at the top of the stretch, Making It on the outside. Gasoline is now back running in 3rd. Sidekick is down at the rail. So it's Win It holding the lead here over Making It. Win It is in front, then Making It and Sidekick. Win It has the lead, trying to pull off the upset here. It is Win It drifting out just a bit in the stretch, but clear and in front. And the winner, Win It, wire to wire, at odds of 10-1 with Javier Castellano.
Win It. He did just that. Son of Tap It from Andy Pope's Whisper Hill Farm. Aggressively ridden by Javier Castellano and gets the win for trainer John Kimmel.
He had never, ever shown this kind of speed before. Give Javier a lot of credit. He didn't even break that sharply, and Javier aggressively sent him to the front. This is a horse whose PPs make him at least 10-1 in this field. He lost by 5 lengths to Gasoline. Now, clearly, Gasoline is a no-show today. He had his chances to win, and Gasoline didn't take advantage of them. You wonder, you think that Joel Rosario wanted to get the 4 to go to the outside of this horse, but he couldn't get him to get off the rail. He was trying as hard as he could. He's a strong rider, but give Javier credit. Win It, who's improbable on paper, but he gets the job done. He gets the job done pretty easily.
He did. He pulled away from what seemed to be a field with some quality, too. Win It for Whisper Hill Farm. John Kimmel, the trainer, Javier Castellano in the saddle as that gray Son of Tap It pulls away from this field. It was 5, 4, 7, 6 up the rail, as you mentioned, from Sidekick. Maybe one to watch moving forward. Sidekick, a horse that seems to still be figuring things out. And sometimes inexperienced horses, too, they do tend to kind of always move inside towards that inside rail.
I'm going to tell you, I don't want Sidekick going forward.
That's right.
Maybe she'll get... I don't like the way he's a rail runner, the way he wouldn't get off the rail. I don't like that. Because he looked like he was running, was going to win this race, and Joel couldn't get off the rail. He ran fine in here. I'm not knocking the performance, but I don't know. I'm not going to fall for him next time. Maybe I'll prove myself wrong.
Win It. That Son of Tap It started on the turf, greatly improved, moving to the main track, and will break his maiden here today. 10-1. Generous price on the winner over Sidekick, making it and your 6-5 favorite Gasoline checked in 4th. As it's just about time for us to say farewell. Before we go, though, Andy, as I'll be reporting all day tomorrow, I don't think we'll get a chance to share the desk together. What are you most looking forward to in tomorrow's card? Maybe a particular horse or one of the races?
I don't think any particular horse. I'm looking forward to the day. I really like those races. Unfortunately, I have to work with Lafitte Pinkai tomorrow, so it's not going to be a great day for me. To go from you to him, it's really one of the biggest drops you can find in anybody on television.
Sorry,
but
Lafitte.
I'm going to soldier through it, despite the fact that
well, you really are a team player.
I really am.
I
mean, listen, working with Lafitte is suffering. It really is.
It'll be a great day.
I feel bad for Richie coming up right now. He's got my sympathy.
You know what? That's a perfect segue. Lafitte Pinkai and Richard Migliori coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. The way Andy set it up, though, should be some must-see TV. They'll talk a little bit about Europe versus the USA and the Caesars Belmont Derby coming up on tomorrow's card. Still a whole lot more racing to come at Belmont Park today as we continue on with closing weekend of the Great Spring Summer Meet at Big Sandy.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you proudly in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Well, a big maiden breaking performance from Win It in today's 5th race. And how about quite a fruitful 2 weeks for owner Mandy Pope, as she sent out Win It as well with trainer John Kimmel. And Mandy, we saw aggressive handling from Javier Castellano, and he was so game being on the front end today.
Yes, it was first time for him, but trying something different, and it just set up perfectly for him. I mean, he just grabbed the lead and kept it easy.
Now, you have invested a lot in this game, and as you were just telling me, the Tappets, is he your favorite sire? It seems as though you have quite a lot.
Yes, he has been my favorite sire. I have loads of Tappets. from babies up to probably 9-year-olds. I've been breeding to him for a long time and always believed in him, and it's all finally coming together, and it's great for me and for Gainesway, and it's wonderful.
Coming together in a big way, too, last weekend with the Dwyer win with Charge It. That was a breakout performance. I know Todd and you and the rest of his connections have always thought highly of the talent levels of this horse, but how rewarding was it to see him do that on the track?
It was so awesome, and I didn't get to see it live because I was with She Dares the Devil winning that race, and so it was a phenomenal weekend last weekend. But this horse has always been impressive. He's always been impressing Pletcher there, and unfortunately for things to fall apart in the Derby, but if you can't breathe, you can't breathe, and we figured it out real quickly, and thanks to everyone and Bramlage for doing the surgery, and he's back better than ever.
Travers next?
Maybe. So maybe something in between. We're gonna see what he says. So, you know, he's still learning and still green. So he's still a little bit behind the 8 ball, but as long as they all stay way behind him, that's fine.
Mandy, well, congratulations on what has been a tremendous 2 weeks for you, and looking forward to seeing you and your horses up at the spa.
Okay, and we got one in tomorrow. Not a Tappet, but one in the Turf Derby.
Well, best of luck, too, and can't wait to see Mandy's horses. Love her enthusiasm. And I know another guy who's enthusiastic on our show. That's Lafitte Pinkai as he joins Richard Migliore. Guys?
Maggie, thanks so much. Mandy Pope, lots to be excited about. Charge It, maybe we'll see him before the Travers coming off that, what was it, 23-length victory in the Dwyer last Saturday. We're just 6 days out from opening day of the 154th season of racing at Saratoga. And don't get me wrong, can't wait to get there. I can't wait until America's Day at the Races becomes Saratoga Live, but we're not there yet. We're not done here yet. Closing weekend of the spring summer meet here at Belmont Park, and a blockbuster closing weekend. Wall-to-wall stakes activity stars in Stripes Day tomorrow, highlighted by the start of the Turf Triple Series, Grade 1 Belmont Oaks, Grade 1 Caesars Sportsbook Belmont Derby, 136th running of the historic Suburban, Vagrancy for female sprinters and the Paris Stakes races on Sunday before we drop the curtain as I welcome in my friend and colleague, champion jockey Richie Migliore. Richie, this brand new Turf Triple Series, why does it exist? Why did it come to be?
Well, it feels like it really filled a void. You know, we have a comprehensive series of races. Obviously, the Triple Crown for 3-year-olds on the dirt, the Philly Triple Crown for the fillies on the dirt, and nothing of this ilk was available to turf horses. Now, it's also been a byproduct of getting European, participation. If you think about how popular turf racing has become, and you think about it in this context, as much as the mid to early 80s, they wouldn't have turf racing on the weekends in Saratoga because they would open the infield. Could you imagine not having turf racing on a weekend in Saratoga now? That's how far turf racing has gotten and how popular it's become in North America, and I think this just follows suit. Again, European participation and having a comprehensive series of racing. Great, I think, revelation that came along.
Big names. Coolmore, Godolphin, Aidan O'Brien, Frank and Dettori. They will all be here. All gets underway tomorrow. The Turf Triple Series right here at Belmont Park with the Belmont Derby and Belmont Oaks. How about this, Richie? Kicking off the late pick 5 with a $23 horse. Javier Castellano Win It. How did Win It win it?
Well, Javier put him on the lead, took no prisoners. This horse improved a great deal. If you put a line through his first race, which was on the turf, his other races have been good, and his last race was a big step forward, and John Kimmel's having a good spring-summer stand here at Belmont Park since he got married.
18 years? Time to tie the knot. Good things happening. Turn the page. Things didn't work out in the pick 5. Fear not. Reload. Pick 4 is next. Field for the 6 wide-open turf sprint. Starter allowance, 3/4 of a mile dash on the inner turf course. You should be dancing. 2-1 favorite with about 15 minutes to post. When we come back, that strong international contention for the Belmont Derby. Ireland Stone Age world-class connections. Coolmore knows how to win this race. Godolphin counters with an Irish colt of their own. Nation's pride. Superstar connections in his corner. It's what the Turf Triple Series is all about. And the American, Emmanuel, wire-to-wire winner in the local prep, the Pennine Ridge. Probably a little more praise special this time.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Bolshoi Ballet is on the outside and joins the front runners, and then it is Tokyo Gold, and now there's a 16th of the finish. Here comes Bolshoi Ballet to take over in deep stretch. Bolshoi Ballet has won the $1 million Belmont Derby Invitational. The Irish breds storm into New York to win the Belmont Oaks and the Belmont Derby.
You're not kidding, Johnny I. Coolmore domination last year. Bolshoi Ballet, Belmont Derby, the terrific late filly Santa Barbara in the Belmont Oaks. Ryan Moore, Aidan O'Brien, the Coolmore sweep. And guess what? The boys in blue are back for more. And it is the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, Grade 1 $1 million Caesars Sportsbook Belmont Derby. Big field, 13 deep, 1.25 miles, 5 European Raiders. Way down at the bottom is the 9-2 morning line favorite. Number 13, Stone Age Irish Colt. Peter Brandt, homebred, co-owned by Coolmore. And this was his most recent victory, Richie. A powerful front-running score in the Derby trial at Leopardstown in Ireland.
Well, you can see why he went off at 3.5 to 1 in the Epsom Derby. He was so dominant here, and you know, to bowl along the way he was on the lead, Lafitte, just keep finding no deterioration to his stride, his ears up. You get Ryan Moore, Aidan O'Brien. I love that this horse is racing in those iconic colors of Peter Brandt.
On the strength of that win, as you mentioned, yeah, considered a serious threat for the Epsom Derby. Just didn't fire. It was a dull 6th-place finish. Maybe the distance was too far, 1.5 miles. Maybe the ground a little soft. The good news, Stone Age back on firm ground, back at 1.25 miles, working up a sweat there on the track for tomorrow's Belmont Derby, Stone Age.
To me, this is a bit troublesome.
That's something to watch.
It is something
That's
to watch
something to watch.
because it was even so pronounced in the comments for the Epsom Derby. It says sweating. I mean, the fact that they would report that in basically the trouble line, and then he's worked over this, and we have very humid conditions here in the metropolitan area.
You're telling me. The Godolphin Colt, Nation's Pride, second choice 5-1. Richie, before he finished 8th in the Epsom Derby, Nation's Pride racked up a 4th straight win in this listed stake at Newmarket.
Yeah, this is William Buick aboard, who I feel is just one of the premier race riders in the entire world. And I love the way this horse found more. You could actually see him quicken up. Now, they was given this ground. You could see they're throwing it up. We've got very firm ground. Will he perform as well on this kind of ground? I mean, we're really more firm to hard ground than we are, just firm ground. But Charlie Appleby is so good at sending horses here that fit American-style racing, and you get Frankie Dettori.
Stats off the charts, Charlie Appleby. Reasons, excuses, very similar to Stone Age's. Distance, soft-ish turf courses you mentioned, Richie. Trainer Charlie Appleby told the Daily Racing Form, quote, he's a lot happier on quicker ground. The trip was very much the question mark with him. Just like Stone Age, back on firm ground, back at a preferred 1.25 mile distance.
Well, you also saw that he had some sweat on too, but nothing like Stone Age, not even remotely close. And again, you want horses to sweat. You don't want them to, overdo it. Yeah, that was over the top. I mean, it's just something to think about.
Maggie, we will be leaning on you greatly before tomorrow's Belmont Derby and see how Stone Age is handling things pre-race. As for this upcoming 6th race, what are you noticing in the paddock?
Yeah, Lafita, I will be on the pony track side, or I should say on the track, not on the side of it, tomorrow for those 2 races as well. And we'll take a look, though, at horses in the paddock for this race. And a horse trying the turf for the first time is one that I think connections have been waiting to get on this surface. 2 sloppy track efforts for her so far, but Unlock won off the bench last time. And talking to her trainer, Tom Albagiani, after the race, he said, yeah, I knew she'd win. Thanks, Tommy. No, I'm kidding. But he did say that he was very curious to get her on the turf because the Dam, Finder's Key, she ran her best race, albeit her last one, on the turf, unfortunately being injured after that, and retired to be a broodmare. The half-sibling is 3 for 21 on the turf, but the negative part about Unlock is her sire. Congrats just doesn't seem to throw that many turf horses, and the full sister to this one is 0 for 8 on the turf. But I do think, looking at her physically, she does look as though she should handle it, and furthermore, she looks like a marginally better horse than her sister. She's a big, robust girl, and I actually thought that last time she might be up against it from the fitness standpoint to come off the layoff. She did contend over a sloppy track in which she did not like first time out, and she still won, and she really benefited from that race. So much more tucked up. I think she's very intriguing getting to this surface, as number 10 is coming off of a layoff, and that is Stuck on Kitten, and she's coming off a huge performance, albeit on the synthetic, on the Tapeta at Gulfstream Park, but she did run well in her debut, going the 6 furlongs back in December of 2020, and I liked her a lot that day, and I like her here again. Same demeanor, just she's kind of a laid-back filly, comes in here fairly, I'd say she's 95% fit, but these types of conditions, sprinting on the turf, I don't think they need to be that fit overall. And she does have that good kind of tactical speed. I like what I'm seeing from Stuck on Kitten. She's a generous 5-1 at the moment. Lafitte?
Too big a price, Maggie, 5-1, to be ridden by Luis Saez, Stuck on Kitten. Saez seeking a 3rd win. The questions: the layoff, turf. How will she perform, Richie? Maybe her debut in December of 2020 can lend us a clue. She ran well.
Well, she ran terrific. It was in behind the pace, came out, ran up. I mean, that race is head and shoulders above anybody else's turf, tries in this field. I mean, just because she wound up winning on synthetic doesn't mean she didn't handle turf very, very well here. Just came up 2nd best on the day.
You're never more fresh than prior to a career debut, racing on this surface, so the questions that are lingering about the time off and grass and how she'll perform today, I think we already have a pretty good idea that if she gets beat today, it won't be because of the layoff and grass.
No, I don't think so either. And, I find the genetics fascinating. She's by Kitten's Joy, who was a kind of longer, leaner chestnut, right? He tends to throw a lot of chestnuts. But she's out of a Montjou mare. Montjou, I think she definitely favors more that side of the family. A very accomplished turf horse who won a lot of important races under Cassius Musin.
Too big a number, 9-2. Did we mention Saratoga starts next Thursday? Don't have a Naira Bets account? Time to get one. Join Naira Bets today. Play the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Can you feel that energy, that intensity kind of intensify in the jocks room, say, here at Belmont closing weekend, knowing what's on the horizon, Richie?
Oh, absolutely. Everybody starts getting a little bit antsy, a little bit edgier, want to make that trek up north. Closing day is always tough on, at least it was for me, but I think on a majority of riders because the jockeys room is very disorganized. Things are shipping out. And again, your mind has already kind of started heading north.
Conversation we'll have later about the momentum being built towards Saratoga, the most prestigious individual race meet in North America. First things first, post-parade race 6. You're looking at Temperamental, a Saddle Towel 1, but she'll break from the far outside.
Yeah, break from the outside. You get Joel Rosario, though, the best sprint race, turf race rider in the game for Rudy Rodriguez, who's had a terrific Belmont stand.
Leading rider, Dylan Davis, 4 clear in the standings, rides on lock.
Yeah, ticking off every race. Out of Finder's Key, Maggie talked about her being a turf mare. Discreet Cat, her grandsire, loved mud, though, and she did, too.
This might be the one. Sharp filly. She's done her best running with Trevor McCarthy.
And got terrific trips under Trevor, her last 2. Has really improved since being turned over to Jorge Abreu.
Currently 5-1. Number 4, Freedom of the Press, fast leaving the gate, and today a Hall of Famer rides for the first time.
You get Johnny Velasquez, who just continually impresses me. No deterioration of his skills whatsoever. She should be forward.
Enjoyed your interview with Johnny V a few days back. Number 6, Missing Link, 27-1 would be a big surprise.
It would be a big surprise, but definitely adds pace to this affair.
Number 7, Bustin' Bullet, Irad Ortiz, who beat 11 fillies in her maiden win. Irad Ortiz takes over today.
Yeah, interesting that Irad Ortiz picks up Dylan Davis's second call here. Dylan won on this filly last time. Everybody trying to get one more win someplace.
Mandy Green, Flavian Pratt.
Ran okay last time, turning back in distance. Maybe that'll make her a bit sharper this time.
Favorite, You Should Be Dancing. Can you be 1 for 18 lifetime and sharp at the same time? Because that's exactly what she is.
Listen, she's by War Dancer, who's just been a terrific turf sire. I'm just a little bit surprised she's favored.
Price creeping down on Stuck on Kitten, and that makes more sense. 7-2. Again, Louis Saez looking for a third win on the afternoon.
Yeah, Louis Saez really finding good form. Your reigning Saratoga Racecourse jockey champion.
Last year's Travers winning rider, now a 2-time Travers winning rider. Javier Castellanos won like 22 Travers at Saratoga.
Incredible record in the Travers, Javier Castellano. Another rider, Hall of Famer, riding really, really well. This filly takes blinkers off after showing more speed last time.
Predetermined on the outside, shaking things up. New surface, new jockey.
Yeah, Gary Siakis put together a nice little Belmont Spring Summer stand as well. Not really seeing the successful appeals elevate on the turf, and she is by successful appeal.
3/4 of a mile scramble on the inner turf course, start of the late pick 4. Let's circle back to Unlock and her jockey, Dylan Davis. It's a big story closing weekend. Davis clinging to that lead in the Belmont standings. 1 win today, so 4 clear of Irad Ortiz. Manny Franco not far behind. Richie, you spoke with Davis earlier. How is he feeling heading into closing weekend?
He's excited. There's anticipation. He told me, no uncertain terms, he wants to win it bad. And I told him, well, that's champions want to win it bad. They don't want to find excuses. They want to find ways to get it done. There's anticipation there. And I even broached it to him. I said, listen, you've had a breakout meet. You've ridden terrifically. Even if you were to finish second, you have so much to be proud of. He wanted no part of that. He wants to win it, and that's that.
But win, lose, or draw, breakout run for Davis. First Grade 1 victory last fall. Aqueduct Winter riding title. So close to a first Belmont riding title, Richie. But there's the problem. That superstar jockey bearing down on Davis. Irad Ortiz aboard Bustin' Bullet here in the 7th, and he'll be busy the rest of the way. A date with Unique Unions, Contender in the 7th, Angelinka in the 8th, first-time starter Majestic Johnson, great name, in the nightcap. Davis with mounts in each of the final 4 races as well. If we come down to the last couple of days, Ortiz is named on 11 horses tomorrow here at Belmont. Yeah, 11.
This will go down to the wire. Many years ago, Jeffrey Fell was 5 in front going in the last day at Hialeah. And George Velasquez would have had to win 5 to tie, 6 to win. Well, about the 3rd race, they gave Jeffrey Fell the trophy, a TV as a gift for being leading rider.
Oh, no.
Georgie won 5 and didn't have him out in the last, so they were tied. Well, Georgie picked up a horse in the last and won the last. He had to give him the TV, the trophy. You don't count your chickens before they're hatched.
Eric canceled him before Eric canceled anyone. Looking at You Should Be Dancing, BG fans. Jose Ortiz in the saddle. 12th of June, right here, Belmont, similar company, Richie. You Should Be Dancing, Freedom of the Press, in contention, just 2nd and 3rd best on that afternoon.
Yeah, and yeah, BG fans, that's me for sure there. Yeah, she ran well. I just don't know that. Has she ever run fast enough to beat a couple of these in here? And that's the only reason why I'm a little bit surprised. She did everything right. She finished well. You got to like that Jose Ortiz keeps the mount, and now he has some familiarity with her.
So we'll see. 1 for 18. You Should Be Dancing. Who is the favorite? Maggie then. Freedom of the Press, who we just saw in that race, finished 3rd with John Velasquez taking over this afternoon.
Taking over the reins, and boy, he at least tipped his hand a bit in the warm-up, asking Freedom of the Press to really have a big open gallop down the front side here. So she is, according to Timeform US figures, she isn't necessarily the fastest horse early, but she's shown that she can be forward, and Johnny is showing that he wants her forward. As you can see, that big warm-up got her revved up as she's linked back up with a pony this time. And a filly that can live on her nerves a little bit. At least she wasn't that nervous back in the paddock, which I think is a good sign. So we'll see who is going to be the early leader here. As we saw, both races on the turf may have been situational, but they were both wired, and both of which being turf sprints in the first 2 races. So I'm going to take a shot here with Unlock. She does have some speed on the dirt. We'll see if that translates to the turf today, but a big price on a horse that I think will appreciate the surface change, Lafitte.
Pedigree, Mom Finder's Key. The key there, Unlock, making her turf debut at 11 to 1. Big price. Maggie mentioned the pace, always tricky, trying to gauge how things are going to unfold early in these turf sprints. Richie, You Should Be Dancing, who again is 1 for 18, the 9 to 5 favorite. And if there isn't that much pace on paper, that kind of works against her as well.
It definitely plays against her. She's turning back from 7 furlongs, where she rallied from off the pace that day. She could find herself even further back. There are 2 or 3 horses. I do think they'll be ample enough pace, but I don't think you want to be out the back in this group.
You went with this might be the one?
Yeah, I just really liked her last couple of races. I feel like she's improved in the hands of trainer Jorge Abreu. And Trevor McCarthy seems to really get along well with her.
Yeah.
Her last race was very good.
Best races with Trevor McCarthy in the saddle. 6 to 1. This might be the one. Filing into the gate. Stuck on Kitten. Dangerous contender. Second choice. 3 to 1. The favorite. You Should Be Dancing despite the record. 1 for 18 going in. 2 to 1 at post time. Time for the late pick 4 from Belmont Park. John Embriel standing by.
Waiting for Boston Bullet. Temperamental and Predetermined. Number 1, Temperamental, breaking from the next to last outside post. And Predetermined now goes in. And we're all set for the 6th at Belmont. And they're off. And it is Boston Bullet, along with Missing Link and Freedom of the Press and Unlock. Moving up now down at the rail. It appeared that this might be the one. took an awkward step there in mid-pack. So Unlock has the lead here. Freedom of the Press is running in second, and on the outside is Missing Link next in third. Bustin' Bullet is now back in fourth. This might be the one down at the rail, runs in fifth. On the outside is Stuck on Kitten in sixth. Then Mandy Green racing in seventh. It's almost 3 lengths back to Candy Monet in eighth, followed on the inside by You Should Be Dancing. And then farther back is Temperamental and then Predetermined. The quarter posted in 21-1. Down on the inside is Unlock. On the outside is Freedom of the Press. The two of them are right together into the lane with Freedom of the Press now in front. Bustin' Bullet has moved into second. And on the outside is Stuck on Kitten. Mandy Green is gaining ground along with You Should Be Dancing. Bustin' Bullet now moves to the inside. Here comes You Should Be Dancing. You Should Be Dancing with the momentum and deep stretch. And You Should Be Dancing won by 2.5 lengths. Mandy Green was second.
She's like, I got your 1 for 18 right here. You Should Be Dancing. Absolute cavalry charge through the stretch. Wheeled it to the outside. Unleashes a furious late rally and wins going away with Jose Ortiz.
Well, I didn't think she deserved to be the favorite the way she won. She certainly did deserve to be the favorite. She did get a fast-paced run in the first quarter in 21-1, basically. And that's not down on the downhill turf course at Santa Anita. That's on the flat. So it gives you an idea of how fast this turf is. Plus, it was a fast pace, and she just came with that swoop. I find that Jose Ortiz rides horses better when he has a little familiarity with them. Usually the second and third time he rides horses. Seems like he kind of is thoughtful, figures out what they really need to excel.
And for the filly, top of the stretch, Freedom of the Press, John Velasquez asking her for her best. Irad Ortiz dives towards the rail, Bustin' Bullet right here. This might be the one, and we have to go back and look at her trip and what happened on the backstretch, Richie. But at this point, You Should Be Dancing. It's just makes it look easy in the end.
Yeah, I mean, she drew away at will. Johnny's filly, the 4, Freedom of the Press, started to drift a bit through the stretch. The 10 got put in pretty tight. A horse to keep an eye on, Stuck on Kitten. But we're going to take a look at what happened to
number 3.
Number 3. This might be the one. Keep an eye on her. The 2 broke a little slow. Dylan Davis intent on sending her up there to hold rail position. And I don't know if she gets squeezed, but something happens in here. She takes a bad step right there. I don't know, she might have caught a heel there. Sometimes when they overextend and the other horse's hind leg is out far enough, because she really stumbled bad. I thought Trevor was coming off for a minute. Did a good job to get back in the middle.
Just to stay on board, Trevor McCarthy. As for Jose Ortiz, no such issues. You Should Be Dancing. 2 for 19 now, taking down the first leg of the late pick 4 from Belmont Park. 9, 8, 11, 10. Results when we come back. And this Hall of Fame trainer, Todd Pletcher, to suggest his barn is simply heating up would be a gross understatement. Weekend stakes sweep. He has a hot hand and a pair of runners in the Suburban, included Dynamic One, steadily improving, 7-5 morning line favorite.
Union Rags, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making formula. A formula that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. He's a leader in his sire crop by graded stakes winners and grade 1 winners. He's a commercial standout with multiple million-dollar sales and a 6-figure yearling average. And with 4 full books bred at 50 and 60,000, he has even more exciting progeny in the pipeline. Union Rags, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Gorgeous Belmont Paddock. Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Run Happy. Champion sprinter, always race medication free. Now standing at legendary Claiborne Farm. Race 6, the favorite delivers. You should be dancing. The record unappealing, 1 for 18 going in, Richie, but her last 4 races now, she's been very good.
And they've all been good, finished very well, got a scorching pace up front, and Rudy Rodriguez has been on a really good run.
Mandy Green 16-1, Candy Monet 37-1, enhancing the exacta trifecta. 9, 8, 11, and he's 6th at Belmont. Winning trainer Rudy Rodriguez standing by with Maggie.
Good sport standing in here in the drizzle that we are now getting. But Rudy, as we were saying, turf courses need it out there. Get a little rain as we head into a big weekend.
Definitely, you know, I don't think we've been having rain for like 2 weeks. So definitely the grass needs some rain. And but you know, we got the job done today, so that's all good.
I was gonna say you should be dancing like it, as she's been in great form since returning to the turf this year.
You know, she really blossomed when the winter finished up. She started eating very good. His score looks very good. He's all double up. And then she run in the main a special way, even though I was kind of crazy because put him in there, I say, but you know, everything worked for a reason, so we're just lucky to have the win on.
And then you have the starter allowance condition, which works well.
Yeah, so now we go for the New York Brand Saratoga, and hopefully we can get the job done over there for Saratoga, for the owner is from Saratoga, so he's very, very happy. So.
Yeah, Adam McCord, the owner, proprietor of Saratoga Water. So, well done, Mr. McCord.
Hopefully we can get a case.
Is that how he pays you? Kidding. But I do want to talk about Hot Peppers tomorrow in the victory ride. We saw her first start for you last time in taking the Jersey Girl. She was very impressive, Rudy. What have you learned from this filly, and how has she emerged out of that last race?
You know, she's, I know we're bringing the filly real quick. She's a small filly, little small frame. But I'm kind of baby her. I give it 2 nice, easy, light breezes on. And hopefully that's good enough. You know, the race is very, very tough, so she needs to step up.
All right, well, best of luck. Congratulations here, though.
Thank you so much.
All right, Rudy Rodriguez having some Saratoga water later, Liffy.
Rather get a case of water.
I love Saratoga water. That's my favorite water.
You'd say that if his mic wasn't on, ladies and gentlemen. Rudy Rodriguez.
I love the sparkling. It's good.
The water all comes together. You should be dancing. 6:20, and Rodriguez, some serious female sprinters in that stable of his heading into Saratoga this summer.
It really is, and Rudy's horses have been really running well. They always look good, very well turned out. One of the hardest working people in the game.
Turn the page, race 7, Belmont competitive. Allowance, sprint for New York breds. 6.5 furlongs, $80,000 purse. Unique Unions, the current favorite, at 5-2. Unique Unions, who is a 3-year-old gelding, and he's raced 6 times thus far, and we hope that he has a very productive career moving forward. But at some point, of course, he's going to retire, and that's where Rick Schosberg, his trainer, comes into play. Schosberg equally as invested and concerned about thoroughbreds during the course of their career, during training, and once they retire.
A racing career can be 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years at the most. They live to 20. The take the lead segment of the initiative is what I do, okay? And we basically transition racehorses from the racetrack into aftercare facilities. We'll get the process started on paper, we'll take some videos, we'll gather up all the medical information, and then set up a profile, and then we'll contact the aftercare facilities. We have a wave of horses that leave the grounds, and there's 5 in the on-deck circle and 4 in the hole, if you use a baseball analogy. Nice looking little filly. She's got a little bit of a tendon issue that should heal up in about 90 days. One of our older horses, Saul the Freud, who actually everybody trained him. He was a New York bred. He's been through up and down the claiming ranks and always put in a great effort. He's a candidate for warhorse now. And I said, what a perfect horse, because he was a warhorse. He's a perfect type to help with our military veterans with PTSD. Thoroughbreds already have this innate ability to learn new things. Starting gate, big track, little track, jog the wrong way, go the right way. You're going to learn something new. They already know, they're already processed for that. Take Two part of our initiative is a hunter and jumper thoroughbreds only league, if you will. And to be able to see what these horses can do once they're rehabilitated and retrained and adopted out, and to see them in the Take Two competitions doing jumps or dressage or a polo pony. Riders are doing handstands and backflips off. I mean, this is really, really cool. What we've tried to put forth and to get through to all the horsemen. I've been training horses since 1988 on my own. Call us one race early, call us one workout early, okay? If you think something's going, if you think something's going awry, and there's a chance that your horse may have an issue in the future, call us before that. Instead of trying to get one more race or one more workout or something like that, we can expedite this process within a week and get that horse into an aftercare situation.
Rick Schosberg, there he is. There are full-time jobs, and then there's training thoroughbreds. Weekends and holidays. There is no downtime, and yet somehow, Richie, he still finds time for that incredible cause.
Training horses is a way of life. It's not a job. And Rick Schosberg is tireless in his commitment to aftercare and taking care of thoroughbreds when their racing career's over. And not only does he talk the talk, he walks the walk. His first winner as a trainer, I had the privilege of riding her, Tim's Lady. He had for about 30 years up at his mom's place and took care of her. And he would tell me stories about, as she got older, having to kind of hold her up when blacksmith would come to trim her feet and stuff. So he is all in when it comes to the horses.
See the website, Take Two Thoroughbreds, Rick Schosberg. Great stuff. A little concerned about how well he's doing on the desk here as well at America's Day at the races. Coming after our job.
Been doing a terrific job.
Great job. Tomorrow, all the stakes racing closing weekend, title defense in the Suburban. Max Player, upset winner last year. It wasn't a fluke. He won the Jockey Club Gold Cup, but then what happened? He's finished in front of one horse in his last 3 races. He's better than that, isn't he? We'll find out tomorrow.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Belmont debutante.
And Couturier will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Clutch champion, Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Max
Max Player is all out in third. Happy Saver asked for more in fourth as they pass the 3/16 pole. And it is Mystic Guide. And here's Max Player now to challenge on the outside. Happy Saver and Moretti. They're moving for the 16th pole. It is Max Player on the outside of Mystic Guide. Max Player trying to pull off the upset in the Grade 2 Suburban. They come for the finish. It's going to be tight. It is Max Player to do it.
Thriller in last year's Suburban. Max Player denying Dubai World Cup winner Mystic Guide, and he followed that up with a stirring victory in the Jockey Club Gold Cup at Saratoga. Ricardo Santana going to work, and at the time he looked like one of the best older horses in the country. That was then, but things have changed. Max Player tomorrow, however, will defend his Suburban title, trying to become the 7th horse ever to win the Suburban twice, FNX most recent. You'll see the list of horses. One name just jumps off the screen, Kelso in the early 60s. Richie, make sure Max Player has the opportunity to join that list. Not the way he's going now. Like, what's the story?
Yeah, he just hasn't found his form yet this year that he had last year. I think last year they figured out he was a horse that needed to be a little more involved, a little bit like a bicycle. If you're not pedaling, he's not running. And he just hasn't gotten back to that yet. Now, I like the fact that he's been training here at Belmont. He's with Toby Sheets, one of Steve Asmussen's assistants, who does great work. And the fact that he's settled in here and he's training here could be certainly beneficial. And out of that group of horses that have won it twice, only one father-son team. Jimmy Jerkins with FNX, Alan Jerkins with Devil Is Due.
Great note. Devil Is Due. What a cool horse. Max Player trying to join that list in terms of two-time winners of the Suburban. The field, older horses, classic American racing distance, mile and a quarter. Post 5, morning line favorite Dynamic One. His latest, early June, Churchill, the Blame Richie. Dynamic One, who's like losing a lot of ground, rounding the far turn, but gathering a lot of momentum.
Yeah, some horses you can't stop and start. You know, you get horses that are handier, a little lighter on their feet. You can take chances. Some horses, you got to continually go forward. You can't break their momentum. So a jockey has to weigh out, do I have enough force to come wide? Can't take any risks. Let me come down the middle of the track and just let him build into that momentum, and he finishes well here to get it done. And you know one thing for certain, a mile and a quarter is well within his wheelhouse. I think it hits him right between the eyes.
Maybe too early for this comparison. Co-owned Mike Rapoli, trained by Todd Pletcher, inconsistent at the age of 3, blossoming at 4. Like, one horse comes to mind, Richie. Vino Rosso, Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Like, does Dynamic One have that kind of potential?
Well, he's going to have to continue to make these steps forward, but I think you make a great point. And I think a lot of the reasons why you see that inconsistency at 3 is everybody wants to make the Triple Crown races, so they kind of force horses a little bit into those positions.
Statement race, Dynamic One. As for Todd Pletcher, he's already made his, and not that he needs to. Since capturing a 4th Belmont Stakes victory, 6 stakes races, 4 graded. He won 4 stakes last weekend alone. It's unreal, and at the perfect time with Saratoga next week, Richie. Baseball fans have heard it, how hitting can be contagious, right? Like, how can that be applied, at least that same theory, in thoroughbred racing?
I just think the atmosphere in a barn really gets upbeat. Horses feed on energy, right? People come into work happier, and horses feel that. And the kind of success and that feeling is infectious. And listen, Todd's consistent. His horses look good, and they run well, and he keeps that up. He'll wind up in the Hall of Fame. Oh, wait, he's already
That was
there.
last summer.
Yeah.
2 runners in the Belmont Derby, 2 runners tomorrow in the Suburban for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Down to Maggie Wolfendale standing by with this race 7 Paddock report. Maggie.
Thanks, Lafitte. And let's check in with a horse, though, despite running here on the Naira circuit 3 times prior, I haven't seen before, and that is number 7, Rudy Rodriguez, looking to go back-to-back with Win for Gold. Last time out, I thought he was a bit against the track, or at least against the flow of the race, in which we saw Quick Flash, who is not the gamest horse in the world, take them gate to wire and fend off all challengers. So I just felt like, then we saw another race that was wired on the front end with a horse on the inside, and this guy was out in no man's land, chasing 5 to 6 wide. I love what I'm seeing from him. He's good size, very athletic, very poised and classy acting. I think this horse gets a gimme for his last race and could run much better than what it looks like, despite being the beaten favorite that day. Next, we'll move on to 2 horses coming in off layoffs. Number 1 is Fenway, a horse whom he had a win operation, which seemed to relax him, and two, getting into John Terranova's barn as well, which he was in John's barn for his last two efforts, despite him not being the listed trainer. But now he is the listed trainer. He does put on a pair of cheater blinkers, and he's so much relaxed, and he looks very fit and defined. But if I had one thing, it seemed as though when this horse first showed up off a bit of a layoff in Saratoga, it just didn't look as though he was fit, like he was carrying too much weight. Well, this time, while he looks lean, it looks as though he would benefit from a race just to strengthen up, though I do think he is a fair bit interesting coming back here for John. And then number 6, Whittington Park will make his 3-year-old bow here. He's done well in the interim. This horse has matured and filled out really nicely for Brad Cox and 10 Strike Racing. He comes back here looking fit. I know he's going to have to improve, but based upon the way he looks physically, he might be poised for an improvement here. We'll see if we get it at first asking off the bench, but one that I'm going to watch with a lot of interest, Lafitte.
Growing up, Whittington Park at 9-1 with this light mist, kind of a drizzle falling here at Belmont Park. Riders getting set to get a leg up. Jose Ortiz trying to go back-to-back in the Friday Belmont program. New York bred sprint back on the main track. $80,000 purse. There is a look at Goldquist, trained by George Weaver. Our thoughts are with George Weaver and his family. A wife, Cindy, still hospitalized in a coma. Richie, following a training incident at Saratoga last week. You've been in communication with George. How is he doing? What did he have to say?
Yeah, George and I texted, and he said that Cindy still hasn't opened her eyes, but she is responding to verbal commands, and actually gave a thumbs up in response to that. So that's a good step. He said that potentially they're moving into a rehab facility next week. It's a long road ahead of her, and again, all of our prayers with George Weaver, Cindy Hutter, his wife, his family. Racetrack is a family. At times a dysfunctional family, but in the moments when someone is going through something tough, everybody's there for them and they rally around them. And I hope that George and his family knows how much they are in everybody's thoughts and prayers.
Respected, so well liked, and all of our thoughts and prayers, of course, with the Weaver family. Their Goldquist, trained by George Weaver, will step aside momentarily. The post-parade and 7th race from Belmont Park is coming up next.
Into Perryville, all alone as he turns for home. Nashville under no stress whatsoever.
What's it going to take to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and could this horse have toyed with a group in the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
I'm going to say yes. This was sensational.
107.89
track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This is a horse to get really excited about.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
You have like 58 minutes, all right? Registration ending today for the Stars and Stripes Challenge. You don't want to miss this. The prize pool is seated with $5,000, and you can play the contest online with Naira Bets. Visit naira.com/contest to register to play today. Entries close at 5 Eastern. You have 57 minutes until registration closes. Stars and Stripes Challenge. 3 races left on the final Friday program of the Spring Summer Meet, Belmont Park. Great piece on that tree, Richie, I saw last week.
That tree's seen a lot of champions. I wish that tree could talk.
Post parade for the 7th. You're looking at Fenway. Rough one for Garrett Cole in Boston last night.
Well, this Fenway will be looking to hit it out of the park from the inside. Does have speed, and Luis Saez and blinkers on.
Agility, 3-time New York bred stakes placed.
Yeah, and looking for a little bit of class relief here out of the Mike Lee. Should get a good trip in behind the pace.
Major spin, cuts back in distance. Andy Serling, blinkers on.
Adds blinkers for that turn back in distance and gets the patented Kendrick Carmouche warm-up.
Unique Unions. Irad Ortiz looking to climb within 3 victories of leading rider Dylan Davis. And I promise you'll see him, but that is Whittington Park. And Maggie mentioned how much he's grown and matured.
Yeah, obviously something went awry last year in the Bertram Bongard, but looks like he's been training well.
Hoo-hoo, that's me. Flavien Prat takes over. I have an idea. I know who he's named after. I think.
I'm ready to hear this, but gets Flavien Prat and certainly landed in a good spot here, going 6.5.
Going to get some cold cuts today. Icky Woods. Bengal fans know what I'm talking about. Win for gold. Saw the Rapoli colors. Mets won by 10 last night, 10-zip. Color Me Potsy and Eric Cancel at 8-1.
Yeah, keep an eye at this horse of the gate. There's times he acts up and gets himself in a little bit of trouble leaving there. Can show speed if he breaks clean. Last start, he blitzed the field up at Finger Lakes.
There's the favorite, Unique Unions.
I think he makes a lot of sense. He's quick enough to get position, but he doesn't need the lead. He's kind of shown a little bit of a different dimension, being able to stalk, and you get Irad Ortiz, who's highly motivated.
11 mounts tomorrow, 4 wins shy. Dylan Davis, Unique Unions, most recent effort on the 11th of June. It looks like he's in the perfect spot rounding the far turn.
Yeah, but I think what Maggie was talking about with the the 3 major spin who is outside of Unique Unions could apply to both of them. You know, they were both doing kind of that outside chasing mode, and the horse on the inside, Quick Flash, just kept fighting inside and came back to get it, but it was definitely an inside flow to the racetrack, and the horses that were 1-2 closest to the inside ran 1-2 much in merry-go-round fashion. So I think the same logic can apply to Unique Unions as well.
So considering where he was and poised for the stretch drive, where it looks like at first glance he flattened out, you feel there was enough of a track bias that it worked against them trying to come up against the grain, that you can excuse that, or just the fact that he didn't win?
It felt a little bit like a conveyor belt, the inside that day. Think you're at the airport and you're rushing to catch a flight, and you get to one of those moving walkways, and you get on it and somebody's not on it, and you just start moving faster than them. That's kind of how the inside felt to me that day.
Unique Unions 5-2, as is, that's me. 2 starts back. Aqueduct, a poor start, a stumbling start, and far back. Starts to pick up momentum rounding the far turn.
Yeah, I mean, really closed well. You could see he's kicked back, he's covered in, so he saved ground this day under Dylan Davis before swinging out, and he finished resolutely. Now, you had to believe if he got away cleanly that day, he probably would have got the job done. But the fact that he didn't take a backward step after stumbling, and he got back in the race, and he finished with courage, to me, really gave him, showed you he has the ability to overcome adversity.
Checking with Maggie with more on that's me.
Hoo-hoo, that's me. That comes third off of the layoff. And going 2 back, or I should say going back, actually I haven't seen him in his last 2 efforts, so I take that back. That would have been a falsification on my part. But a horse that in his 2-year-old year used to get a little hot, washy, and just didn't make the most favorable impressions prior to his races. And at least this time that I've seen him, now 3rd off the bench, my first time seeing him as a 3-year-old, it's really relaxed, really mentally matured, and I appreciate that. Now, I do wish that this was 6 furlongs, because I really don't think I know that Sleepy Hollow would be contradictory to this point, but I feel like he's better going shorter. But he does look ultra fit, now third off the bench. He's a bit interesting, but I ultimately went Lafitte to number 7, Win for Gold. He's done everything right in these preliminaries, and as you guys were just mentioning, I think he was quite arguably the one most against the track on June 11th.
Win for Gold at 9-2, Richie, with Joel Rosario.
Yeah, I'm picking the horse that comes out of the same race just outside of, Joel Rosario, Win for Gold, excuse me. I'm picking the horse that came out of the same race, but the 4 Unique Unions.
Unique Unions, 5-2. Who That's Me has emerged as the choice at 2-1.
And this is what I was talking about with Color Me Pots. You got to watch him at the gate. Gets himself a little bit upset in there sometimes, so he's a little tough to load.
See if he minds his manners. Just one more to load on the outside. Goldquist for trainer George Weaver. John Ambrial with the call. Race 7, live Belmont.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Number 7, Win for Gold, steadied shortly after the start and trails the field. Fenway from the rail. Unique Unions is there. And on the outside, it is Color Me Pazzi. Fenway and Color Me Pazzi, and those two hook up here with Unique Unions sitting back in third. Major Spin to his inside is next in fourth. Then Goldquist in fifth, followed by Hoo-Hoo, That's Me in sixth. After the awkward beginning, Win for Gold is now moving up on the outside. Then we come back to Whittington Park, and Agility trails the field in ninth. Color Me Pazzi is the leader here through a quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Fenway dropping back at the rail. Passed now by Major Spin, along with Unique Unions. And on the extreme outside, it is Win for Gold. Hoo-Hoo, That's Me has advanced up into fifth, and Whittington Park is sixth. They're at the top of the stretch. Color Me Pazzi continues to lead here. Here is Unique Unions now moving up on the outside. So it's Color Me Pazzi and Unique Unions and Hoo-Hoo, That's Me. 3 of them across the track inside the 8th pole. Hoo-Hoo, That's Me has taken over and drawing away here. A quick burst here at the end. Hoo-Hoo, That's Me poured it on at the end and won by almost 4 lengths. Color Me Pazzi got second over Unique Unions.
The Gold Square LLC homebred. Hoo-Hoo, That's Me. The 7th race, Belmont Park, closing at 4-1 with Flavien Prat.
So interesting to watch this race. Unique Unions was getting a really nice trip under Irad Ortiz Jr. Looked poised to go ahead and get this condition, but then you scan back through the field and you catch Hoo-Hoo, That's Me. And the way he was traveling around the far turn, looming in behind them under Flavien Prat, who is
Look at him draw off.
He is just taking the Belmont like a duck to water. Now listen, he's riding live horses, and Hoo-Hoo, That's Me was terrific. But go back and watch the whole replay, and this is why Flavien Prat is successful wherever he rides. Just smart.
I want to know if he's named after that Icky Woods Geico commercial. 44, ladies, that's me. I got some cold cuts today. Hoo-Hoo, That's Me. Finds his best stride, accelerates late by Keen Ice, sired a Derby winner. Hoo-Hoo, That's Me. 5, 8, 4, 7 in the 7th race. Belmont Park looked competitive on paper. That guy made it look pretty easy in the end.
Nice run from him. Good job by Jorge Abreu to have Hoo-Hoo, That's Me ready to pounce, dropping out of the Mike Lee. Got it worked out a great trip under Flavien Prat.
5, 8, 4, 7. Hoo-Hoo, That's Me. In the 7th, results reaction when we return. Flavien Prat, Hoo-Hoo, That's Me, gliding under the wire. As our coverage continues from Belmont Park, closing weekend. Results following the 7th. When America's Day at the Races continues on Fox Sports 2.
Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent win early pick 5 is one of the country's earliest pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the win early pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's win early pick 5. Win early, win often.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com and check out bonuses available to all members. Lavi and Pratt, just another day at the office, just another stroll into the winner's circle. Hoo-hoo, that's me! 660, 584 in the 7th at Belmont.
And a very game performance by Color Me Patsy. Made the lead and refused to let Unique Unions go by. Feels to me like Unique Unions is a horse with a very short run.
Yeah, saw that in the stretch. 584. Showed Richie the commercial. Geico, Icky Woods. It's got to be. 44, ladies, that's me. Get some cold cuts today. It's got to be that, right?
It's got to be that. I was unfamiliar with it. I'm glad you showed it to me. It was very funny. And it certainly should apply. I don't remember anybody else ever saying, hoo-hoo, that's me.
If it isn't, just go with it.
Yeah.
Just go with it, moving forward. Sharp effort in the 7th race here at Belmont Park. Here's what we've seen thus far in the late pick 5, over $440,000 into the pool. Win it was the big price, $23.60. Chalky since. Hoo-hoo, that's me in the 7th, down to Maggie in the winner's circle.
I'm learning about all the names that Al Gold, owner of Hoo-Hoo That's Me, comes up with from Joe Hardoon, his racing manager. And we were just talking about Hoo-Hoo That's Me. Where did this name come from? And Lafitte, I'm sorry, I'm going to disappoint you with this story.
So Al had a friend years ago at Monmouth Park, and anytime he'd hit a ticket, he'd go, "Hoo, that's me," and he'd run to the window. So he passed away, and it was a good friend to Al, so it's in honor of him.
And a nice one to name him after, too, as Hoo-Hoo That's Me is really putting it all together, third start off the bench as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, we had high expectations for him all along. So much so that we ran him in the Remsen at the end of his 2-year-old year, and he just didn't fire that day, so we gave him the winter off, brought him back in allowance company. He was training really good up to the Mike Lee. I'm not sure what happened that day, but kind of regrouped, ran him back here, and we'll look for something at Saratoga.
Joe, with this win at 6.5, do you think he has asserted himself as more of a sprinter, or do you still experiment with going longer?
Well, he's bred to run all day, but I think he's, 7 furlongs, 6.5 to a mile is probably what he wants to do.
And you were also just telling me about Free Chickens, who is a promising filly, too. Tell us that story with that name.
So Al was sleeping one night. He doesn't sleep much, so that was rare. And at 2:30 in the morning, I wake up to a text that just says Free Chickens. I said, what does this mean? He goes, just put it on the list of names. So the whole time, last year we were at OBS April looking for a horse, and we had a few different Free Chickens before we finally settled on her.
Well, his names are great. Sue Ellen Michigan as well, and then also Cyber Knight. But congratulations to you guys here.
Thank you.
All right, Joe, very hardworking too, and you gotta love those Al Gold names, Lafitte.
Initially disappointed, and then explaining the actual name and who it's named after, and how often you see that at the racetrack in relationships, friendships formed at the racetrack, and that legacy for now a friend he has since lost, but it carries on in the form of that seventh and the winner in the seventh race. Who? That's me.
I love the story. It's got the winning ticket. Ooh, that's me.
Great stuff. Maggie, thanks so much. Eighth race coming up next here at Belmont Park. And we touched on all the stakes activity closing weekend. Tomorrow, Stars and Stripes Day with the Belmont Derby Grade 1, Belmont Oaks Grade 1. A stakes race earlier today, the Grand Couturier, in honor of a two-time sword dancer winner. And Channel Maker, exiting a Grade 1 event, didn't start so well last race. This time, much better for the old Eclipse Award winner.
Interesting, too. He did not have a handler in the gate this time. Some horses resent the handler. They get preoccupied with them and get to fighting with them. And you could see he was by himself today, broke cleanly. It's a horse that runs very high-headed, off the bridle, difficult to ride. Luis Saez fits him like a glove. One thing you know about Channel Maker, too, he's not going quietly into that good night. He will fight you for it. And it looked like the race was just going to be won by Soldier Rising on the outside.
He has him, doesn't he? He has him.
Well, you saw Jose Ortiz take a look under his right arm. He wasn't checking his deodorant. He was checking to see if there was anybody coming from the outside. And here comes Channel Maker. Oh, I got more work to do. Fights it out. Now, I think it's a kind of two things happening at once. Channel Maker fighting back, which is his wont to do, and Soldier Rising, a horse that kind of likes to run with the pack and not maybe necessarily away from the pack. He kind of hung just a little bit.
The difference in head carriage, Richie.
Well,
Look at the difference.
Soldier Rising head out and down. That's the proper way. And Channel Maker head up in your face, difficult to ride. Really can't see where you're going with those kind. But in a straightaway, you're just going forward anyway.
But still, like right up, it feels like it would be so intrusive to everything you're trying to do in the saddle.
Well, I think Luis Saez is a rider that has the right build for that kind of horse because he's built so compact and small and so well balanced. He's really got a perfect jockey's body. Put somebody like me on a horse like that, it would just be a lot of arms and legs and elbows. It would not be pretty.
Worked out today for Channel Maker, just able to hold on in the Grand Couturier, off and running with the stakes racing here closing weekend, Belmont Park. And the O'Briens are here for the Turf Triple Series. Father and son, Aiden and Joseph, both represented in the Belmont Oaks. Cool story, unless you're one of the trainers trying to beat them. That's next on America's Day at the Races.
Silver State is a son of Heartspun out of an Empire Maker mare named Supreme. He was bred by Stone Street. It was a $450,000 yearling. He's a really good-looking horse. He was a winner of the Grade 1 Met Mile last year at Belmont, defeating Horse of the Year Nick Sco. He reeled off 6 wins in a row, which is almost unheard of in today's horse racing world, but won the Oaklawn Park Handicap. Best win was in the Grade 1 Met Mile at Belmont Park, and he is breeding his first book of mares currently this spring.
It is Silver State at the rail. Mischievous Alex on the outside. It is Silver State who has the lead. Mischievous Alex, by my standards, out in the middle of the track. They're coming down for the finish in the Hillendale Met Mile, and it is Silver State to make it 6 in a row.
When I saw him in the Paddock Met Mile day was when he really kind of sold me on his looks, and I'd kind of been, yeah, he's a nice horse. And when I saw him in the Paddock, it was like, okay, he'll work. And then when he won, it was like, it really worked. And being by Heartspun, the family he has, made it that much more exciting. And the fact he'd been 6 for 6 up to, through there, it was a good idea. And once he got to the farm, he's been very popular.
I had a pretty large wager on him to win the Met Mile because I thought 5-1. I mean, I knew Nick Sco was in the race. He's obviously a very good horse, but I just thought Silver State it looked like he was on a roller, and it looked like he was going to continue, which he did.
Well, he beat Nick Sco, which everybody knows who Nick Sco is, and that was even that much more exciting and, another feather in his cap.
The Met Mile has a rich history of making stallions, and we hope that Silver State will continue that trend.
The day we started showing him, he came in here and looked like $1 million, and everybody that came to see him fell in love with him. Well, I don't know what they expected, but once he got in here, I mean, he probably came in and got off the truck and looked as well as any horse we've had come in a long time.
He's such a good-looking horse. He's about 16'3". Everyone that has come to look at him has just loved his physique and physical. He's a gorgeous horse. He's dappled out right now, looks tremendous. He's got a great book of mares that we're excited about, and he's going to have a really big chance of making it as a stallion.
The highly coveted stallion the moment he crossed the wire in the Met Mile. The stallion maker, right? The Silver State at Claiborne Farm. Coverage brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Closing weekend here at Belmont Park. Opening day, season 154 at Saratoga on Thursday, but we're going to go out with a bang here at Belmont Park. In the stakes racing, Stars and Stripes tomorrow afternoon. 4 graded stakes races. Caesars Belmont Derby, Caesars Sportsbook Belmont Derby, $1 million purse, 3-year-old fillies in the Belmont Oaks Invitational, start of the Turf Triple Series. Historic Suburban, Victory Ride, female sprinters, and the Saginaw on Sunday. Europeans, Richie, established as morning line favorites in both the Caesars Sportsbook Belmont Derby and the Belmont Oaks Invitational. Down at the bottom, she is 3-1. Her name is Concert Hall for Aidan O'Brien, already a 2-time Belmont Oaks winning trainer.
I think this filly, she had 1 start this year. It was in the Epsom Kazoo Oaks. She was beaten 4 1/4 lengths. She only had 2 7-furlong races as a 2-year-old, and to come back in that kind of a race and be 7.5 to 1, not beaten very far, she should be very tough here.
That Pretty Pauly she exits, a race in which O'Brien has used with success leading into the Belmont Oaks in the past. Concert Hall, it was a funky trip. She was stuck inside. She was last at one point and closed a lot of ground. A better effort than looked for Concert Hall in the Pretty Pauly. She exits. Son Joseph, Agartha drawn right next door, the Caravaggio filly, strong contender.
So I had the wrong past performances. My apologies. But Agartha's interesting, but doesn't it feel like they might be stretching her to her max distance-wise? And the fact that she has never run past the mile before. And one thing they're so good about in Europe is knowing and acknowledging how far a horse wants to go. And I don't know, maybe they're thinking American-style racing, she'll get the 1 1/4. A 1 1/4's a 1 1/4 no matter where you are.
Some of the best European contenders in both the Belmont Derby and Belmont Oaks posted towards the outside. How much of a hindrance do you see that in terms of race shape, 1 1/4 here at Belmont on grass?
Well, there's a very long run to the first turn here at Belmont going 1 1/4, so I don't think they're going to run as big a risk of getting caught wide. But for horses that probably run better with cover, relax better, that's going to be the rider's jobs to find that cover quickly so they're not too free on the outside.
The American contingent, we go back to Churchill Downs. This was on the undercard of the Kentucky Oaks, the Edgewood, New Year's Eve. McCulloch, one of 3 for trainer Chad Brown, New Year's Eve. And I guess the biggest challenge for the handicapper, Richie, is trying to gauge horses exiting races on grass at Churchill.
Well, they obviously have had issues with the turf course at Churchill Downs. A new course, didn't have a lot of time to knit. This filly finished well. You know, she's run good on other turf courses as well, so she's got good ability, and she finished well here. I think it's a fair point, though. You know, I think you could be more forgiving of bad efforts over that turf course.
Added element. And how about consumer spending? The local prep, the Wonder Again, a couple of days before the Belmont Stakes, she's on the improve and has taken that step forward, Richie.
Every single one of her races have been a little bit better than the previous race, and I like the progression. She, you know, this year 3 starts, a mile and a 16. She beat Pizza Bianca. She comes back going a mile and an 1/8 in the Wonder Again, which is the prep for this, and you see how well she responded here. And I like Manny Franco getting more and more confident, relying less and less on the crop, particularly riding these good horses. And I thought her Wonder Again pointed her out as coming to this Belmont Oaks in really, really good style, good fashion.
Consumer spending, Chad Brown, Belmont Oaks tomorrow afternoon. The Turf Triple Series kicks off here at Belmont, and for Brown, a historic meet at Belmont. Arriving at Saratoga next week with all kinds of momentum. Leading trainer, about to capture a 6th consecutive Belmont Spring-Summer title. Most wins on grass by a trainer. You expect that? Most wins on dirt as well. Versatile, deep, talented stable. What else is new? Look at those numbers.
And just set a record for most wins at a Belmont Spring meet and eclipsed a record that was set in a longer meet. He's done more in a less amount of time. Like you said, extremely well-balanced stable.
Already has the record for most wins in a single meet at Saratoga, 48, I believe it was, in 2018. Expectations very high. Chad Brown arriving at Saratoga with all kinds of momentum. And he has Invincible Gal here, Richie.
Yeah, you know, again, listen, he's a guy that just has bench strength as well. So I'm sorry, I got a little bit lost here, Lafitte. My past performances on this race are really messed up. I'm not really sure. They have Concert Hall with 3 starts here. So
I sabotaged you. I did it on purpose. That's Invincible Gal coming up in this 8th race at Belmont, now Virginia Oaks. For trainer Chad Brown looking to pad his stats. There she is, currently 5-2, second choice. We check in with Acacia, standing by with this Race 8 Paddock report.
And Lafitte, we'll start with the horse that did open as the favorite, making her U.S. debut, and that is Parnack, the French bred, who was 2 for 2 over in Germany towards the start of her career. She's also the type of horse that overseas did show a little bit of early interest as well. Oftentimes, that doesn't always transfer coming here to the United States. An interesting note about her is she was entered to run in Stakes Company at Delaware last weekend, does show up here instead, and certainly a filly that has some quality to her. Having seen her train to now, she's a horse that has continued to develop and strengthen up and carrying a lot of good substance for her U.S. debut. And sometimes of those European horses, they tend to be a little bit lighter frame, maybe not carrying much muscle mass across the flank and not very big, especially with the size that you would anticipate seeing for horses running over those typically softer turf courses in Germany. She stacks up quite nicely here with her fellow runners that have been running in the U.S. and looks strong off the layoff. Certainly an interesting one, given the fact, too, that she does get Lasix for her U.S. debut. The 6th Nizuna was a horse that really kind of underwhelmed me last time out. She was very fit, but maybe more of a lighter frame type. To my eye, it looks like she's actually put some weight on, especially since last year, which I certainly appreciate. She's also the type of filly that I think doesn't really appreciate being down inside of horses, watching back through her races. Last time out, I thought she was just second best, kind of kept on well enough between horses. She's one mentally who has continued to improve, but I think maybe doesn't necessarily have that dominant presence to her. She has gotten a little bit sharper heading out, and one that I'll watch out on the track. The number 7, Regal Realm, is the wild card of this race. She's a filly by Animal Kingdom, out of a stakes winning mare who actually won on synthetic but ran well on turf too. Switched to the turf last time at Delaware and she ran a huge race. The question is, how does that race stack up versus these? She is big, she's broad, she's carrying so much muscle mass to her. It is, of course, my first time seeing her, so she's gotten a bit warm here in the paddock. I'll keep my eye on her, but I'm really intrigued by her. She took a lot of pressure in that race and just pulled away from the rest of that field like it was nothing. Lafitte?
Look good doing it, Acacia. Looks good in the paddock. Regal Realm, 10-1 if you like her. Called to post for this 8th race, Belmont Park. Post parade. Romanosa, there she is. First half of the entry, English filly, second start in the States.
Yeah, and could improve with that run, going 7 furlongs, very sharp pace race.
Miss Topperado, number 2, lightly raced 5-year-old mare.
It gets a good inside draw. I like the turn back for her. I'm not convinced that she wanted any part of the mile and 8th last time.
Jose Lascano rides. Here's number 4, Parnack in those West Point thoroughbred colors. Lightly raced 3-year-old filly. 2 for 2 thus far.
Yeah, doesn't know how to lose. I like that. And she looks very well schooled going to the pony first time. They don't use ponies in Europe.
Second and 2, Christophe Clement, Nazuna. Flavien Prat looking for back-to-back victories.
Yeah, filly that at times can get a little bit keen, and she got a lot of pace last time. Maybe not getting as much pace this time to settle in.
Regal Realm, the George Strawbridge homebred.
Got to the turf, won nicely last time. Fairly soft pace.
Impressive win. Now, Louis Size 2 wins thus far. Erie Empress, the Pennsylvania bred in from Ben Salem.
64-1 last time and ran second to Haughty after setting the pace on a soft course.
Haughty running in tomorrow's Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational. Invincible Gal, 4-year-old debut, second and 2 for Chad Brown.
Yeah, making first start for the Chad Brown barn, leaving a very good trainer, capable horseman in Graham Motion's barn, but does go to Chad Brown.
What a meet, Manny Franco, currently 3rd in the Belmont standings. Madame Rouge on the outside, another park shipper.
Yeah, and another one that, listen, she's consistent. She tries hard every time. Her last race was okay, but it feels like she's going to have to get faster to compete here.
Keep an eye on her, how she behaves. Angelinka, French filly, second start in the States for Brad Cox.
Yeah, you could see, obviously, really on her toes. Broke the post parade, getting away from everybody. I always found his best thing to do, Lafitte, just gallop away. Let them gallop good for a quarter of a mile with the pony and get to the backstretch where it's quieter, and then give them a chance to stand.
Keep an eye on her. Keep an eye on her as they continue to warm up for the 8th race. That's a great shot. And a reminder and an invitation to join us at Naira Bets. Play all the action on our program. You're going to earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit at any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Rain continues to fall. Light drizzle here at Belmont Park. Getting back to Nazuna. There she is, currently 3-1. Her most recent, early June here, Richie, closing from off the pace with Flavien Prat in the saddle, who rides back for Chad Brown this afternoon.
And Flavien had some familiarity with this filly, actually riding her back in November at Del Mar. And she's a filly, though, that when she gets pace, she settles down nicer. When there's not a lot of pace on, she has have a tendency to want to get just a little bit keen. But she ran a big race here at Flavien, worked out a really good trip. That inside out, found the seam, came running, just came up second best to Secret Time.
The definition of a blanket finish, the winner winds up drawing off, Richie, but 9-10 horses within 6 lengths of each other. When you see that, generally speaking, as a handicapper, there is a tendency to maybe shy from those horses when they next resurface.
I think that's probably more appropriate for dirt racing. There's a lot of turf races that you'll get to the 8th pole and it looks like 7 or 8 of them can win. I don't really subscribe so much to that in turf racing.
You're good with it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. You get less separation. Horses get, have a turn of foot. Races finish faster in turf races than they do in dirt races, where basically it's who's slowing down the least.
Nazuna, and what about Romanosa? Can she improve off that one start in the States, that being her U.S. debut we just saw?
I absolutely think she will improve. I think that she kind of almost swept off her feet early. They broke and the race was on, where in Europe a lot of times they kind of gallop into races more than they would here, and I think she just kind of got swept off her feet early, but then kind of figured it out. And listen, she was beaten 5.5 lengths for everything out of the same race, and the Zoom was beaten 2.25, so there's about 3 lengths difference. She should just improve with that race.
Romanosa, first half of the entry, Christophe Clement. Brad Cox has Angelinka Acacia. We saw her on the track. She left the paddock early and I don't know, looked a little skittish out there. What are you noticing?
She did, Lafitte. She actually left the paddock last, leaving plenty of space between her and the rest of the field, and then immediately off the horse path, took a right-hand turn, did not participate in the post parade, and went off with the pony away from the rest of the field. Last time out, I wasn't in the paddock, but remember covering that race from the desk, and she was really energetic on the track that day as well. So this is typically her, and clearly Connections were well aware of what to expect from her. Red Ortiz has his feet kicked out of the irons, trying to keep her a little bit more settled. And I like when riders do that, especially with more nervous types of fillies. Physically, she looks a lot stronger, certainly, than last time out. And she is a little bit more of a compact type of build to her. But she's one that I think a little bit shorter is better. This flat mile here at Belmont, wouldn't really want to see her go much further than this, but she has actually been minding her P's and Q's pretty well now, tossing her head around. She's sharp. That's just her, but hopefully she's able to contain that energy a little bit more. As far as the number 9 Invincible Gal does go, this is a filly who started off her career really well. In that time that she wore blinkers, she also wore those blinkers with a hood attached. And in November, when the blinkers came off, she was still wearing the full hood in that her ears were covered to muffle out the sound. She comes back here as a 4-year-old with no hood. I take that as a positive, that Grand Motion has seen her mature, relax a little bit more. She was one who used to be really difficult, really sharp. She's still on her toes here, but she's actually minding her manners a lot better. She is one that I do think could tuck up just a little bit more off the layoff, but overall she has come back and has filled out a bit more now as a 4-year-old, and especially that equipment note I do find really interesting, as she is currently your favorite in this very competitive race.
Have to feel that much stronger about your top selection, Richie?
Yeah, and I went this way because of the works in Saratoga. I love the fact that she has 4 consecutive workouts on the Saratoga turf course up there with the Chad Brown's division up there, and I just like her work pattern coming into this off the layoff.
Invincible Gal, who is the favorite at 5-2. Acacia's top selection right there, green cap, the Augustin homebred Regal Realm, 10-1. Feels like too big a number coming off that impressive grass victory at Delaware Park. Filing into the gate. Invincible Gal steps forward quietly. Manny Franco, what a meet. Historic meet for Chad Brown. Invincible Gal, the favorite at post time. Johnny I standing by, race 8 live, Belmont.
Madame Rouge, the last to move in as we get ready for the 8th race, 1 mile on the Widener. We are set. And they're off. Regal Realm is sent out for the early lead with Romanosa and Angelinka. The entry running 2-3 right now. On the outside is Madame Rouge in 4th. Miss Taparado down at the rail running in 5th. Just a bit tough to handle there. Right alongside is the Nazuna. Nazuna moves up a spot. And then we come back to Invincible Gal, who is racing in 7th, followed by Irie Empress, and the trailer is Parnack in 9th. Opening quarter mile, 22 and 2/5 seconds. Regal Realm is the leader here. It's Regal Realm by a length. Angelinka in 2nd, with Romanosa down at the rail running in 3rd. Then it is a Madame Rouge next in 4th, followed by Nazuna, who's in between horses. To her inside is Miss Taparado. And then it is Invincible Gal, who's 7th, about 7 lengths from the lead. The trailers Irie Empress and Parnack. Half mile sharp, 45 and 4/5 seconds. Regal Realm is the leader here by a half length. Angelinka on the outside in 2nd, with Romanosa down at the rail. Nazuna now moves up. Nazuna now makes her move and is gaining ground quickly on the outside. It's Regal Realm and Nazuna right together at the top of the stretch, and Nazuna has taken the lead. Regal Realm battles on down towards the rail. Miss Taparado is in 3rd. Regal Realm on the inside, Nazuna on the outside, and Miss Taparado in 3rd. Nazuna has the lead as they move for the 16th pole. Miss Taparado moving up on the outside of Regal Realm. They come on for the finish, and it will be Nazuna. Sharp in victory today, 1 by 2. Miss Taparado was 2nd. And Invincible Gal finished 3rd, the mile in 1:34 and 2.
Chad Brown, already the Record holder, most wins Belmont spring summer meet, padding his stats, Nazuna, Flavien Prat. I guess that blanket finished that race a little liver than I may have anticipated at first glance.
I worked out a good trip. Nazuna wasn't really cooperating a lot with Flavien down the backstretch. He was a little bit keen. He got him to settle in, was able to make his run when he wanted to. Chad Brown gets it done here. This Taparado ran well to be second. Keep an eye next time on the 4. Parnak, who didn't break particularly well, was keen down the backstretch and got running. And then the other Chad Brown, Invincible Gal, was third. And it reminds you of that song, one fist of iron, the other steel. If the right one don't get you, then the left one will. That's Chad Brown's one.
Another trip to the winner's circle, Nazuna, and a couple of things to watch up the backstretch. You mentioned how far back Parnak was from the start with Rosario. Also, Angelinka, who seemed a little bit edgy pre-race. As she starts to really pull, you'll see her head go up in the air. Number 1A.
Yep.
And then Romanoso, the plain one, got really aggressive as well under Trevor McCarthy.
Man, she was much closer today, much keener, much more clued into American-style racing, if you will. The 4, Parnak, got squeezed a little bit. Joelle kind of took out of her uncomfortable position, and then she got keen. She wanted to run off down the backstretch, and Joelle was like, no, I want you to wait. They both, in effect, got into a fight with each other, and then she rallied so wide. This is absolutely a horse to keep an eye on going to Saratoga. Mark it down for your stable notifications. You don't want to let Parnak get by you next time.
Regal Realm, Keisha liked her. Finally tires late. Nazuna strikes the front. Flavien Prat, and get used to that combination. Poised to do a lot of damage at Saratoga. Brown, Prat, another win. The Irish filly, Nazuna, 6-2-9-4 in this 8th race at Belmont. Prat with another victory. Nazuna, second lifetime win. All those second place finishes, not today, would not be denied. 6-2-9-4 results. Reaction following this 8th race at Belmont. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Red. Ready to go for a ride, buddy? I'm gonna miss you, Red.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation provides the best equine research to treat the horses we love.
I missed you, old boy.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading 5th crop sire, Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End. Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Smiling Flavien Prat. Lots to smile about these days. Teaming up with Chad Brown, another victory. Nazuna, the Irish filly, 860, 6-2-9. Nazuna, Flavien Prat winning jockey with Acacia in the winner's circle.
And Flavien and Chad Brown have been a deadly duo here at Belmont Park. And Flavien, Nazuna, you rode her a couple times already before. She seems like a little bit of a quirky type of filly, but has improved. What have you seen from her?
Yeah, you're right. She's a bit, she's not the easiest to ride, but I think today everything went our way. We had some pace. I was able to get myself close to the pace. With the rain, the track got a little softer. So I think altogether, that's what made the difference today.
And she was a little bit closer today than typical too. Was that the game plan for you to not have her too far off of it?
Well, I drove well, and I thought, I didn't want to be too far back. Obviously, she ran short last time, so give me a little bit more speed today. And no, like I said, everything worked out well.
Tomorrow in the Belmont Oaks, you'll be riding Haughty, who you rode to victory last time in the Pennsylvania Oaks. Kept her very far off the rail. Was that by design given the turf condition that day?
Yeah, the track was extremely soft, so I was just trying to get a good path on the outside. Didn't really matter, to be honest. But yeah, I was just trying to find a better path. But no, I really liked her going into the race, and she ran a good race, so we'll see what happens tomorrow.
We look forward to seeing her, Flavien. Best of luck. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Flavien Prat teaming up for another win with Chad Brown as we have a little bit of rain starting once again, Lafitte.
Keisha, thanks so much. How hard is this, what he's doing? A jockey marching in to that jock's room, riding in this colony?
It's incredibly hard. You're guys that are already established in a very, very deep colony of top riders. For him to get the support of the local horsemen and have people like Chad Brown jump on the Flavien Prat bandwagon, which they've had a relationship, he's ridden horse with him, but it just shows how good he is, that he can seamlessly make that step from one major circuit in California to another in New York. And right now, New York's jockey colony is the deepest in North America.
I just almost feel like we're taking it for granted because he's so good, so talented, the relationship with Chad Brown and that momentum heading into Saratoga. We're going to be saying goodbye to our viewers on Fox Sports 2. Richie, tomorrow, big day, Stars and Stripes Day. What are you looking forward to most?
Oh, definitely the Belmont Derby. It's just been an incredible addition to the racing calendar in New York, and I love the European participation that we've been getting.
That's all coming up tomorrow. We'll have it for you right here on America's Day at the Races. Our coverage does continue on Naira Bets, Naira YouTube, Bally Sports SoCal. America's Day at the Races with one left from Belmont Park, the 9th in 22 minutes. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Live look, Belmont Park, closing weekend of the spring-summer meet. He is champion jockey Richie Migliore. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. On Thursday, we'll be at Saratoga, opening day of the 154th season of racing at the Spa. But we're not there yet. We're not done here yet. Closing weekend tomorrow, 4 graded stakes races. We focused a lot this afternoon on all the grass racing tomorrow afternoon. The female sprinters in the Victory Ride, and a clue into what we could see at Saratoga and races like the Ballerina towards the end of the meet. 7 deep. These are 3-year-old fillies, again, perhaps for the test at Saratoga. 5-2 smash ticket contender. Number 5, Pretty Birdie, 2-1 morning line favorite, Richie.
Yeah, Pretty Birdie. I love to still see the Mary Lou Whitney stables under the stewardship of her husband, John Hendrickson, still carrying on the legacy of those famous Eton blue and brown colors. She's come back good as a 3-year-old. She was a good 2-year-old. Some things went awry in the Spinaway last year, but she has come back in very good form, and a filly that just, to me, she stands out in a way that she's fast, but I don't think she needs a lead. She can be forward. The fact that she's tactical.
She breaks so fast, like a rocket leaving the gate. I like the slight cutback. I thought that 7/8 of a mile at Churchill may have been a little bit too far. I like the slight cutback to 6.5 furlongs for Pretty Birdie. And again, just watch her from the start. She explodes out of the starting gate. Hot Peppers towards the outside. Louis Saez, and you get the sense she is going to sit a perfect trip coming off this runaway victory in the Jersey Girl right here at Belmont.
And she's quick too, but another one that I don't think necessarily she needs a lead, particularly being drawn outside. What I liked is she was in front in the Jersey Girl and flicking her ears about and just enjoying herself. Didn't look like she was going that fast. Then when Louis Saez asked her, she found more and kicked on again. So Hot Peppers, certainly I think this is a deeper group, a tougher group, but she showed a lot in the Jersey Girl.
Again, should be in a perfect spot up the backstretch. Hot Peppers. 4-1 on the morning line. Number 2, Smash Ticket. Mike Smith won a Triple Crown Justify here a few years back. Smash Ticket, he'll be in town to ride. Smash Ticket coming off this runaway score at Lone Star late May.
Yeah, Todd Fincher ships this one in. A 92 Beyer speed figure in this allowance race. She is stakes place, third in the Grade 2 Sorrento, but she was well beaten that day. She's a filly that's always taken a lot of money, a lot of attention. Mike Smith gets them out. They're both shipping in, if you will.
Like, on paper, does she stack up with the filly she'll be locking up with tomorrow in the victory ride?
She's going to have to prove that she can step up. This is a much deeper group, and sometimes horses will be super impressive when they're in against a group that they can kind of manhandle. They're not tested. They don't have to reach down. She's going to have to reach down a bit tomorrow.
An important stepping stone. Again, for those who perform well, the most prestigious race for 3-year-old filly sprinters at Saratoga, the Grade 1 test. This is a key prep heading into the test at Saratoga.
Yeah, it is, and this is named for that brilliant filly trained by Rusty Arnold, just filly that was so fast and so natural. I remember her. I believe she won the test in Saratoga Victory Ride.
Victory Ride tomorrow afternoon. 4 graded stakes races, 2 on grass. Start of the Turf Triple Series, Suburban and Victory Ride with 3-year-old fillies. 1 left at Belmont. Live look at the favorite, the gray Martinez, currently 2-1. Riders up. Post parade, Acacia's Paddock Report when America's Day at the Races continues.
Speightstown, Munning, Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
In 2021, Irish Hill Century Farm in Stillwater welcomed first-year stallion King for a Day in a partnership with Duchess Hughes Farms. The 5-year-old is by Uncle Mo, who looks like he is turning out to be a sire of sires.
King for a Day is by Uncle Mo, who is a very hot sire line right now, with 3 of his sons being in the top 4 freshman sires last year. Also, you look at the way he ran and where he has that front-running dirt style, where he takes it to the race. He doesn't wait for the race to come to him. I think that's his most important quality.
And that was the style King for a Day displayed when he beat Maximum Security in the 2019 edition of the Pegasus Stakes. Mare owners looking to add speed and more size and bone booked to this Big Bay son of Uncle Mo.
He's happy to serve.
Strength of New York breeding. For more information, visit NewYorkBreadsandYBreads.com. New York Breds in the Saginaw. Closing day, $100,000 on the line. Older horses, mile and a 16th, field of 6. Listen to your heart. 5-2, second choice. Joel Rosario to ride. His most recent effort, a career best on a wet track right here at Belmont mid-May.
Yeah, a son of a fleet, Alex. It's interesting. A Christophe Clement trainee, never tried the turf. Obviously, he's shown that he's a proficient dirt runner, a horse that's quick, can put himself close to the pace. Stretching to this mile and a 16th distance is he's probably going to make the pace. That's the question. Can he get the mile and 16th? He got 7/8 very readily here.
Sharp victory. Again, a career best. 80 Beyer speed figure. Same can be said for There's a Storm Brewing coming off a career best, but listen to your heart there. Yeah, if it's a question of distance, but certainly the recency and momentum heading into the Saginaw on Sunday.
And also, he's got sprint speed. I mean, he's a horse that, stretching out should have that speed. Gemography showed speed last time. I'm not convinced that's the way he wants to run. He's always seemed a little bit more proficient from just off the pace.
There's a Storm Brewing. Rudy Rodriguez could be a big weekend for Rodriguez. This guy coming off this effort late May here again, a career best on paper.
Yeah, another horse that showed good speed. Got Jose Gomez this day, so he got a break in the weights. He carried 116 pounds, lightest in the field, and kept finding now he'll go to Luis Saez because apprentices don't get that weight break in stake races. But Luis Saez being a journeyman, you understand why they'd make that change. Didn't it feel like when he saw the one horse, he was always going to do just a bit more and never let Vintage Hollywood by?
I think it's another layer to this weekend, Richie. When we get to Saratoga, we often discuss how important it is, how significant it is for the horsemen, for the jockeys and trainers to get off to a good start at a shorter meet. I get it, we're there for 8 weeks. But still, this is where you start building that momentum. We saw Todd Pletcher and what he did last week here at Belmont in a stakes sweep, heading into Saratoga the right way. How significant is that? And something else, just an added storyline to watch closing weekend.
But I think even more so for jockeys. Jockeys have the ability to reload easier than trainers. You win a condition for this guy, you can easily jump on a horse for another trainer. Trainer loses that condition with a horse, he might not have a horse to fill that condition. That horse has to go against tougher. But it's getting back to your point about getting off to a good start so important, even though we are at Saratoga for 40 racing days now. It sets the tone for the meeting. And so many owners are there for the meeting. If you win a lot of races opening week, the buzz is, I need Richie Migliore to ride my horses. He got off to a good start. And then they're going to be in their trainer's ear to ride you, and it helps create more business. Success breeds success, particularly in Saratoga.
Any significant adjustments you make to your riding going from this massive, massive track here at Belmont Park to Saratoga?
Absolutely. Getting your position going forward becomes even more important, and position in general is even more of a premium. You've got these long one-turn races. The longest one-turn race at Saratoga you have is 7 furlongs, right? Now we've added this chute, the old Wilson chute. It's actually a chute. We did run some 1-mile races with no chute there. Those were a lot of fun, let me tell you. A little bit rough into that turn, but with the chute, it's going to be interesting to see what riders adjust and figure it out right away. If I'm going to Saratoga and I'm going to ride that chute, I am going there at night and just walking it and visualize it and thinking about it because it's different, and you want to be the guy who's ahead of the learning curve.
Getting a feel. A stakes race from that chute. Opening day, we won't have to wait very long. Thursday, America's Day at the Races becomes Saratoga Live opening day coverage. 154th season of racing at the Spa. Acacia will be there, and she's in the paddock with this 9th race paddock report. Acacia.
Of course, we cannot wait to get up to Saratoga, Lafitte. But looking at the horses here for the nightcap, we'll start with our old friend Martinez, who was a Saratoga Buzz horse at one point. And I will say, last time out, I really do think that he actually ran the best race in there. The pace held together, Relate wired the field in that race, and Martinez was one who was closing ground. He's a horse that I've described as one who telescopes. He scans his surroundings, he looks around, he doesn't really focus on what's in front of him. He is a horse that has improved. He's very big, and you can even see him kind of now just taking in all his surroundings. But I thought that he put it all together last time. There was an incident at the gate prior to that race too, and a horse that had acted up really badly. They'd had to extricate the whole field from the starting gate, and some had really reacted negatively to that. And in fact, the number 2 Sluggo that day was a late scratch prior to that race because of what was going on in the gate. Martinez took it all in stride. I have to give him that, and maybe he can build off of that last race, finding the right spot. The number 11 New York Anthem is a fresh face coming in here to Belmont on the turf for the first time, having run on the dirt 2 back, and gets a run against fellow New York breds as well. He's by War Dancer. The dam was 0 for 2 on the grass. There was a sibling, though, who was a 4-time turf winner, and this horse looks like a turf horse. He has that big flat hoof, those slacker pasterns in his ankles. If anything, I wish he was carrying a little bit more condition to him, but the horses that I have seen from this barn do tend to be a little bit more on the lighter frame side, a little bit more lithe in their build, so I'm not going to put too much stock into that, but I like him getting onto this surface for the first time. The number 6 Southern Civility ran on the turf for the first time last time out, and he was one that I said I wasn't completely sold on the cutback that day, but I liked him getting to the turf. He was also one that was really rambunctious prior to the race. He's so much more relaxed today. He is a very big and solid type of horse, but given the attitude that I'm seeing from him, and given some of the early foot that he showed last time, I don't mind him sticking in this spot. With the blinkers coming off, he still wears that shadow roll, that piece of fleece over the noseband, and I just really like the mentality that I see from him in here. Maybe second off the layoff, his second time on the grass, he'll have an opportunity to take a step forward. Lafitte?
Nice and relaxed, Acacia, just like anyone with a Naira Bets account. Heading into opening week of Saratoga next week, you bet with Naira Bets, you get more. Everyone who bets with Naira Bets this Saturday and Sunday, you're going to get 10-time rewards points on all wagers at Canterbury Park and Horseshoe Indianapolis. Everyone gets the bonus points. No opt-in required. Earn more this weekend with your Naira Bets account. Get your account today at nairabets.com. Call to post for this 9th and final from Belmont, New York breds. $40,000 maiden claimer, 3/4 of a mile dash on the inner turf course. Wide open with a 5-2 favorite, Martinez. 5-2. What'd you come up with here, Richie?
I'm really interested in the 11 horse here, New York Anthem. Getting on the turf for the first time, being by War Dancer and stretching out.
A little bit lighter framed, as Acacia mentioned. We'll see him again in the post parade. Luca at the spa kicks things off with Trevor McCarthy.
Finished well, going 6 furlongs for this maiden 40. Now he stretches out. Will that translate that closing kick?
Mr. Bill's nemesis, Sluggo, and Luis Saez.
Getting to the turf for the first time. Big Brown. He's thrown some decent turf horses.
Crock of Gold, a 13-race maiden, would be a big surprise.
Would be a big surprise. Probably a part of the pace on the stretch out, as he showed speed sprinting last time.
Number 4, Brennan's War Contender, 8-race maiden, in the money in 4 of those.
Yeah, another horse, though, last couple times improved speed sprinting. How's that going to translate to the stretch out?
Chapel Road, stats on Christophe Clement in this very scenario forthcoming.
Yeah, and I'd like to know the stats on how many times Christophe Clement uses an apprentice as he gets Jose Gomez here.
Gomez riding here. Currently 8-1. Southern Civility, nice and laid back.
Laid back, adds blinkers after flashing a little speed sprinting, and by being by Lauban, you'd have to think he'd appreciate going further.
Leading rider, Dylan Davis, 2 days left, 4-win lead. Unlikely, currently at 50-1, the longest shot on the board.
Aptly named.
Majestic, I love this name. Huge Magic fan growing up. Majestic Johnson, Irad Ortiz, 5-1, the first time started by Majestic City with Irad Ortiz.
Irad Ortiz for Linda Rice. She reaches out for top riders, usually when she feels like they're live.
First time starter, 6-1. Here's Moon Hunter off the board in his first 2.
Johnny Velasquez sticks, and this horse stretches out. Johnny's a guy who usually has some options. I think I'd take that as a positive note.
13-1 here. See how focused he remains. Martinez, the favorite with Joel Rosario.
Yeah, Martinez, 0 for 9, but his last couple races have been good. Bred at Delahanty Stock Farm. That's in Smithfield Valley, not far from where I live.
Your top selection pictured New York Anthem.
Just on his pedigree, War Dancer had been such a great addition to the New York Stallion roster, and getting to the turf and stretching out. Take a little swing there.
17-1, going to back and Javier Castellano. Castellano seeking a second win this afternoon.
Hey, Greg DePrima, very underrated trainer, does good work with the stock he has. This horse would be a bit of a surprise. Seems like his best races were sprinting on the turf.
Tough race, handicappers to close the show. New York breds, $40,000 maiden claimer, 6 furlong dash on the inner turf course, circling back to Martinez. See how focused he remains, as Acacia mentioned, with Joel Rosario coming off that second place finish here. Mid-June for Mike Maselli. 2-1 favorite, 4 minutes out.
Seems very composed. Love the way he galloped off. You know, he's not pulling. He's not off the bridle, but he's not rank or anything. And he just looks like Joel seems to be very comfortable with him.
Joel Rosario turf sprint, look out. Touched on Christophe Clement in these situations. Statistics, Richie. Route to a sprint on grass in maiden races over the last 5 years, 39%. 39%.
It's pretty strong numbers.
242 ROI.
And considering that my past performance said this was a mile and a 16th, so I'm really having a tough game today, all right?
See if those stats, if that trend continues. If so, you have an 8-1 shot live there, Chapel Road. Maidens in the 9th at Belmont. Those are not maidens. The field in the Caesars Belmont Derby Invitational. 5 European Raiders coming in. Emmanuel, one of the top Americans. 4 trainer Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz. Go back to the Pennine Ridge, the local prep here at Belmont Park. Emmanuel, the thing was, on that particular afternoon, takes advantage of a dawdling pace. Limited liability, Napoleonic, trying to close against the grain in the stretch.
Yeah, and he had everything his own way. 51-3 is glacially slow, and he's supposed to win from there. The fact that these horses cut into his margin, and the fact that there's more speed signed on in the Caesars Belmont Derby, I think it's going to be tough for him to wire this field here.
The effort from limited liability coming from that far back with no pace to work with whatsoever.
I mean, they came home the last eighth of a mile in 11 4/5. That's the leader.
Right.
So how fast are these horses gaining ground on him come home? And again, he's not going to get to make the lead 51. As a matter of fact, he might not even make the lead at all here.
More pace, absolutely. Classic Causeway in the mix. He won't have those fractions, that soft early pace to work with. And 'tis the bomb. We saw him on the Derby Trail. We saw him in the Kentucky Derby. Last race on grass. This bang-up effort in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, and a second place finish here for Kenny McPeek from off the pace.
Yeah, a huge run from him. Big race. And then, of course, everybody wants to test the Kentucky Derby waters. And he wound up going first to the Holy Bull, where he didn't run any good at all. Then he went to synthetic, and he gained enough points, undefeated on synthetic. And now he's getting back to what he really wants to do after running in the Kentucky Derby, and that's the turf. He should not be overlooked. He's a major player here.
Yeah, a big effort there in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Tomorrow, Grade 1 $1 million Belmont Derby. Will have live coverage right here for you on America's Day at the races. We check in with Acacia as we get closer to post time for the Friday nightcap. Acacia.
And just wanted to touch on the first-time starter who, as Richie mentioned, does lure Irad Ortiz Jr. And Irad looking to catch Dylan Davis, who's 4 above him in those jockey standings. I will say this is a horse that I really think from fitness and maybe mentally as well is going to need a race. I think he's on the right surface. He has a turf hoof to him, and Majestic Johnson is out of a mare who was a 2-time turf winner. There was a sibling who was a minor turf winner as well. He carries a lot of conditions, and the horses from Linda Rice's barn often do. Another thing is that Irad took him immediately away from the pony. Had to give him a couple taps with the riding crop too to get him going. He swished his tail, and once he did start in the warm-up, he actually moved really well. He's one that I'm maybe going to watch with some interest next time out. It just looks like maybe he hasn't completely figured this game out just yet and could tuck up after a race. But again, I think he's in the right spot and another fresh face in what I think is a very wide open race. And naturally, as a result, Lafitte, Richie, and I land on the same horse.
Great minds, right? 4-1. I guess we'll find out in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, from a pedigree standpoint, the fact that this horse ran well against maiden allowance on dirt in open company at Parks, not once, but twice. Now he drops to maiden 40. gets to a surface that seems more appropriate for his pedigree and gets blinkers on, I think there's a lot to like here.
The lack of experience with the first-time starter, Majestic Johnson, as Acacia mentioned, still kind of figuring things out. Do you notice that? Is it that apparent, that readily apparent when you ride a horse in a career debut, and how much of a difference will you notice from that performance, that experience, to the second time you ride them?
I think the best way to describe it is when you watch kids like the first day of school. Everybody's nervous, especially kindergarten, right? And you always have a couple of kids that are a little more intrepid, a little bit more confident, a little more, just bolder. And they walk in and they're good. And then there's the kids that are apprehensive and they want to stay with mom and they're unsure of themselves. And the next year it's a little better, and the next year it's better. It's a matter of them settling in, and it's with horses the same thing. You could see the ones that have a little bit of apprehension and just not quite sure of themselves.
Key race here, if Irad Ortiz can pull it off with Majestic Johnson. He's 4 victories shy of Dylan Davis, who's on number 6, Southern Civility, current leader, 2 days away from securing a first-ever Belmont riding title for Dylan Davis. Southern Civility, though, with Davis, needing to be coaxed forward and into the starting gate here. Richie
trained by
now steps forward.
Top trainer in Pat Reynolds.
All set for the Friday nightcap. Unlikely's facing the wrong way.
Unlikely. He's not sure he really wants to be there. I'm sorry.
Now they got it. Towards the outside, Luca at the spa. Final check of the tote board reading 2-1. Number 10, Martinez, the favorite at post time. Johnny I standing by, race 9, Belmont.
Ready for the 9th. And they're off. There goes a Crock of Gold, and from the outside, it is New York Anthem. New York Anthem has the lead. Brennan's War is moving into second. Crock of Gold down on the inside runs in third. Majestic Johnson is in between horses and racing in fourth. Passed on the outside now by Moon Hunter, who moves up a spot. Then the gray Martinez, followed on the inside by Chapel Road. It's a length and a half to a Bow in the back, who is racing in eighth. And Luca at the spot in ninth, followed by Sluggo in 10th. And farther back is Unlikely and Southern Civility. The first quarter in 22 seconds. New York Anthem on top here. New York Anthem by a length and a half. Brennan's War is down at the rail. On the outside is the gray Martinez. Moon Hunter's in between horses. Then comes Crock of Gold, followed by Chapel Road. They have caught and they have passed New York Anthem. Moving through on the inside is Brennan's War. Moon Hunter is right there. Martinez on the outside. Chapel Road continues to gain. Moon Hunter with the lead. Martinez on the outside. Then Chapel Road and Bow in the back. They come on for the finish, and it will be Moon Hunter to pull off an upset and wrap up the day at odds of 16-1 with jockey Johnny Velasquez.
The Hall of Famer, John Velasquez, Moon Hunter, big upset to close the show here at Belmont, and a lot going on in that 9th and final race.
Yeah, there was a lot. This is a race. Go back and watch replays. There were trips. Brennan's War was really compromised, stuck on the inside, finally fought his way through. Johnny Velasquez is really enjoyable for me to watch ride. And at his age and all he's accomplished, I see no deterioration of his skills, no diminishing of his enthusiasm. His legs are still rock solid. It's one of the first things you start to notice when riders start to put a little age on. Listen, I was done at 44. Johnny's older than that, and he just continues to impress. Martinez is not a horse that is crazy about passing.
Not so much. Moon Hunter takes advantage, and something he said to you the other day in that interview, he's like, look, a point you made, and it felt very genuine. If I didn't feel like I could still do this at the top, like I wouldn't buy, like I'd stop, I'd quit.
Well, I think every rider, there's a window. They're prime. They're the best physically, the best mentally. Some, the window's open longer than others. I think a lot of riders learn to compensate when their physical skills start to diminish some. And again, I go back to the legs being your foundation. That's the first thing you start to see. And it's subtle. It's not glaring. I don't see that a little bit with Johnny.
There with Moon Hunter. Did Brennan's War take a funny step mid-stretch, the 4?
He did. He kind of bobbled, like he hit a little spot. But you know, even before that, he was kind of stuck in a middle of no man's land. Couldn't go forward. Couldn't quite get out of the spot. Finally got through, but he did take a funny step mid-stretch.
9, 10, 12, 5, 16 to 1 over 2 to 1, 17 to 1, 8 to 1. Michelle Hemingway, big hug, well deserved, big smile, pulling off the upset in this 9th and final. So that's why she went to Johnny B.
Well, and also Johnny B is good friends with Morris Regan, the owner of Newtown Anner Stud, which, by the way, is about 1.5 miles through the woods from my house.
Nearby, and a familiar setting for John Velasquez, the winner's circle here at Belmont Park. Moon Hunter, big upset, 16 to 1 in the 9th and final. We'll wrap things up when we come back. Watching America's Day at the Races on the eve of Stars in Stripes Saturday, and of course tomorrow as well. Big day, Horseshoe Indy with the Indiana Oaks and lucrative Indiana Derby. Stay tuned.
The momentum continues for War Dancer, following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire. His progeny have posted 23 more wins in 2022, like Busy Morning.
Busy Morning, she is drawing away here.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Dancing Buck.
No threat to Dancing Buck.
Now with $3.5 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing. I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to naira.com/triple play for details.
Nestled behind the gates of Hillendale Farm at Alapa, you can find a cabin-like 5,000 square foot home called the Treehouse. It's a new one-of-a-kind getaway destination located in the heart of horse country. The home offers hewn beams, flooring made from lumber harvested from Maker's Mark's original rickhouse. A room with vintage horse saddles, the collection includes one that belonged to the king of rock and roll himself, Elvis Presley. You can enjoy a drink or a meal on the back screened porch or one of 4 decks that overlook the tranquil Stoner Creek. Upon request, reservations can be purchased to experience an inside look of a working thoroughbred farm with a tour of Hillendale. The Treehouse now offers a unique place to stay on the grounds that house the famed Kentucky Stallion Station and Thoroughbred Nursery of Hillendale at Alapa.
Split that with me, Richie. What do you think?
I want to do that. That's on the bucket list now. First of all, I'm so intrigued with the history of Alapa anyway. To actually stay there, did you see that place?
So cool.
Oh, man.
So cool. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Something to celebrate for her. Goes to John Velasquez in a big upset in the 9th and final here, Richie.
Yeah, and you could see just how the emotion and how happy to get a win at Belmont Park, which is no easy feat. And Moon Hunter, the tell was Johnny Velasquez. Come on. Again, Johnny's a guy who has options. And Moon Hunter gets it done.
How'd he do it? How'd he pull it off?
Good trip. Got good position going forward. He was towards the inside. He tipped out when he needed to, and Martinez made his run outside of him, kind of flushed him out of the pocket. And he got alongside Martinez, and Martinez, a horse that just seems very content to run with horses, not necessarily by horses. He just seemed like, hey, I'm here. This is good. I'm very happy to chill with you.
Look at that. Pack animal, right?
Yeah, some horses want to be the herd leader, and some just want to be a part of the herd. And Martinez, all due respect to him, he's got ability. Doesn't seem like he's thrilled about going by. It's way too big a price for this horse. How'd this horse slide by me when I even made the comment about Johnny Blass was seeing fit to ride
$34.
Wow.
$34. Late pick 5, big impact as a result of that upset with Moon Hunter. 6,200 plus. The bookends, Richie. Win it at a price with Castellano. Moon Hunter at a price with Velasquez. The Hall of Famers triggering the payoff.
Yeah, how about that?
Unreal. Well done, Breadman. The showdown winner, 774. Belmont showdown winner, Breadman. In the showdown this afternoon.
So it'd be safe to say that the Breadman delivered.
He delivered.
Is he named for Panarin? Is that Artemi Panarin from the Rangers?
He can ride in. Tweet Richie. Let him know. Panarin influence, Breadman. He'll be playing, I'm guessing, tomorrow's cross country, pick 5. Stacks up as follows. The Grade 1 racing here at Belmont. Belmont Oaks, Caesars Belmont Derby Invitational, Big Day Horseshoe Indy. 3 other races for the cross country pick 5. The Schuster Memorial, Indiana Oaks, and Indiana Derby with 3-year-olds and a $300,000 purse on the line. It'll be a fun sequence tomorrow afternoon, Richie.
Really fun sequence, and nice to bring in Horseshoe Indy with some big races, big day of racing.
And the fillies and the Oaks, $200,000 purse, mile and a 16th, field of 8. Interstate Daydream. Florence Giroux in town to ride 9-5 morning line favorite.
She's Grade 1 place, a Grade 2 winner. We saw her last year as a 2-year-old up in Saratoga in the Adirondack. She's just coming off a big victory in the Black-Eyed Susan. It's going to be very tough here.
Some quality in terms of the money being offered. You don't have to be Secret Oath. You don't have to be the top 3-year-old fillies in the country. These graded stakes races across the country for some of these 2nd and 3rd tier 3-year-old fillies. And Interstate Daydream there, she's been effective. And for that reason, the 9-5 morning line favorite in the Indiana Oaks coming off this performance at Pimlico.
We talk about what makes a successful horse trainer like Brad Cox. They're obviously good horsemen. They know how to handle their horses, what to do. But they also manage them well and put them in positions to succeed. Find the spots that they're going to excel. And a filly like this, Interstate Daydream, she's earned $851,000 already. I mean, that's good management.
Yeah. 6-1 in the Black-Eyed Susan. You're not getting 6-1 tomorrow afternoon in the Indiana Oaks. The boys in the Grade 3, $300,000 Indiana Derby, 10 of them, mile and a 16th, familiar name. Rattle and Roll, Richie, 5-2 morning line favorite with Brian Hernandez Jr.
Yeah, Rattle and Roll, really good 2-year-old. Kind of pointed himself out when he won the Breeders' Fraternity at Keeneland last year. Then he was on the Triple Crown Trail, and it just wasn't a good fit. He was trying to make the Derby, but for one reason or another, wasn't quite up to the task. They kind of took a step back. They regrouped. He won the American Derby, which originally was meant for turf, no turf racing. But I think this was a great confidence builder for him, a race that kind of put him back in the beam, on the beam, if you will.
Finding his rhythm, Rattle and Roll, number 6, 5-2 morning line favorite. Couple of stalls over. Actuator, 7-2 on the morning line. Jimmy Graham to ride. Lightly raced. He's only raced once on dirt, but this was the result in a maiden race at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, wow. I mean, what a turnaround in his form. He ran 2 okay thirds on turf at Indiana. Goes to Churchill, runs on the dirt. Look at the speed he showed and just continued on, ran away. That was first time for trainer Michael McCarthy. Now he goes back to Horseshoe Indy, but on the surface that he maybe always wanted.
Is he ready for that? I'm not saying it's the Jim Dandy, the Haskell, the Travers, but it's a big step up in just his 2nd career race on dirt. Is he ready for this?
It's a great question, but he's fast and he's going to put himself forward. Why not? I mean, there is some other speed, but not his kind of speed if he really wants to lead.
Why not just root for the one-eyed wonder? Un Ojo, remember this? In the Rebel at 1,000-1, Richie, from the inside, a great ride and a big big upset in the Rebel at Oaklawn Park.
The New York bred Unoho, who's just a hickory, tough horse who keeps trying, puts his head down, never quits, just wants it, never stops fighting for it. I almost felt like down on the inside there, he kind of felt the presence of more horses and kind of found a little bit more. Earner of $782,000 now. A lot of that on the strength of being the runner-up in a $500,000 stallion stakes.
But he's always been overlooked. Like the Arkansas Derby didn't work out for Unoho. But then he was second in a stakes race at Aqueduct, and he was 23-1. He was second at 28-1 in the Withers. He was 75-1 when he won that Rebel. Every time you underestimate Unoho, there he is.
The Rodney Dangerfield of racehorses.
One-eyed Unoho, and tomorrow's Grade 3 Indiana Derby, all part of that cross-country Pick 5 sequence, as is the Grade 1 Belmont Derby. Another look at the sequence there. Belmont Oaks Invitational. Kicks it all off, Caesars Belmont Derby Invitational. Caesars Sportsbook Belmont Derby Invitational with 3-year-olds. That 13-horse field, 5 European Raiders. Another look at the field with Stone Age way at the bottom. Richie, Ryan Moore, one of the very best in the world, and what kind of trip he'll try to work out from that 13 post going 1.25 miles on the inner turf course.
Well, again, he's got a lot of run to the first turn here at Belmont, a lot of straightaway to work with. Should be able to find a seam someplace and find some cover and slide over. Stone Age, I mean, a horse that was fancied going to the Epsom Derby. And you get Ryan Moore and Aidan O'Brien. These guys aren't coming to New York to go sightseeing.
They didn't last year.
No.
With a clean sweep of the Derby and the Oaks. And look, like the Kentucky Derby, the 20 post going 1.25 miles at Churchill. Like drawing the 11 hole at Gulfstream going 1 1/8 miles is much, much worse because there's less real estate between the gate and that first turn. As far as you're concerned, that far outside post, it's something that can be handled because of the distance between the gate and the first turn.
Absolutely. You got plenty of run on a straightaway to the first turn, more than 3/16 of a mile to the turn. World-class rider like Ryan Moore should be able to find the trip. I'm less concerned, and everybody knows I'm an inside post fan on the turf. I just don't think it's that big a factor going 1.25 miles here.
Start of the Turf Triple Series. Catch all the action right here on America's Day at the Races. Tomorrow, the pair of Grade 1 events. Closing weekend here, the Turf Triple Series, 4 graded stakes races. That's coming up tomorrow on Fox Sports 2. That'll wrap things up for us here. Thanks so much for joining us. How about Channel Maker earlier today? Head way up in the air and still able to outduel Soldier Rising in the Grand Couturier. Nazuna for Chad Brown. Setting records at Belmont. Flavian Pratt, impressive in the 8th race here at Belmont Park. 2 days left in the spring-summer meet. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow for a terrific Saturday of racing, the last one at Belmont. Have a great night, everyone.